5 minutes.
Welcome back, and hello Africa, ESPN Africa broadcasting for the very first time the A1 Padel Global Tour. This leg, halfway through the season, the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters, right here on your screen. You may also be watching us on the A1 Padel YouTube distribution channel, as well as the A1PadelGlobal.com streaming tab. On court right now, Santiago Frugoni, the 15-rated player on the A1 Padel Tour, hailing from Argentina, 1.90 m in height, playing on the right-hand side of the court in the drive position. Unusual for a player on the right-hand side to be that tall. And next to him on the left-hand side, Matias de Moral, one of the exciting talents on this A1 Padel Tour. There's Matias, number 11 ranked in the A1 Padel Global Tour ranking from La Rioja in Argentina. And across from them in this very first of the quarterfinal matches at this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Master, Gonzalo Alfonso. Gonzo, as he's affectionately known, number 5 ranked player on the charts, and also from Argentina, and one of the really classical players on the tour. Lots of skill, a real trustworthy partner to have, and next to him, the exciting Juan de Pascual. Only number 9 ranking, and only been playing with Gonzo Alfonso since the beginning of the 2023 season. And the characteristic that brings him out is that he switched at the beginning of the year when he joined up with Gonzalo Alfonso from the left-hand side of the court position, where he was a backhand finishing player, to the right-hand side, where he's now the drive of the pairing. And he brings to the fore of that drive position the power that he was so famous for when playing on the other side of the court. Really exciting player, only 19 years of age, and already a tournament winner. Both Gonzalo Alfonso and Juan de Pascual winning the A1 Padel Cape Town Masters earlier on this year, the first leg of the tour, and then finalists in Brazil straight after that. So big ticks on their CV, and the other two next in front of them, not too far off them. Quarterfinal matches. This is session 1 of the quarterfinals about to begin. This was a rain-interrupted tournament. Lots of intermittent weather on Monday and Tuesday of this week. So backlog of matches, and the last 16 completed just half an hour ago, where the last team booked their place in the last 8. So quarterfinals, and we're going to have all the quarterfinals played today. This, the very first one of the series, and we're going to be getting underway in the not too distant future. Players just rounding up their warm-up procedures. You can see there a few lobs coming to the Alfonso Juan de Pascual end of the court, and them practicing their smashes off those lobs. Umpire will call time shortly, and they'll be off the court for last-minute adjustments and refreshment, and then they'll get back on the court to get the match underway. We expect a really tense match here. Teams more or less evenly matched. Slight favoritism for the Alfonso Di Pasquale pairing, and they'll be looking to justify that favoritism. Matias de Moral, known for giant-killing efforts on this tour. You can see them deep in thought. No courtside coaches for either of these teams, and this is something that is often available. It's a new thing on the A1 Padel Tour to have courtside coaches. Didn't used to be very common in the world of paddle, and a lot of the teams, especially traveling teams, still finding it hard to adjust. Financial constraints and logistical constraints often the deterrent to get these coaches on board, and players tend to travel alone. But a lot of the teams now with coaches by their side. That's not the case on either of these, but these players used to the pressure, used to the high-level contests, and they'll be getting underway pretty shortly. One of the court marshals just adjusting a piece of turf that has come loose there on the left-hand side of the court. While he does that and players get back on court, let me remind you about playing conditions. And playing conditions are optimum. Sun is shining, the sun positioned more or less behind the part of the screen closest to you and slightly to the left. So the sun will be shining in the eyes of Gonzalo Alfonso and Juan Di Pasquale. They're on the way. Matias de Moral started to serve. Score love all. As Gonzalo Alfonso goes for the hook shot there, looking to find the rebound off the fence, keeps it a little bit short and goes into the top of the net. 15-love the score line. And as has been the theme all day, as the players look to get adjusted to conditions, after very erratic conditions in the last couple of days, they're going to be feeling each other out. You're not going to see anything fancy. Looking to see how to adapt to the conditions. Heavier ball for sure, despite the sunlight drying the court quite considerably. Heavier ball due to the humidity in the air and the prevailing wind conditions. Light breeze in the northerly direction, and that for your screen means that the wind is blowing towards the screen furthest to you. So away from Gonzalo Alfonso and Juan Di Pasquale towards Matias de Moral and Mr. Frugoni. Matias de Moral going to Gonza's corner. Gonzalo sends it straight back, drops the pace, and Matias de Moral unable to turn. High lob there. Juan Di Pasquale testing the wind with that lob, and a beautiful bajada off the glass by Matias de Moral to the corner, and Gonzalo Alfonso not able to do anything with that. The changing pace there, and well read by Gonzalo Alfonso, who gets the ball back, and it's game Di Pasquale and Alfonso. One game to 0. Players will turn around quickly And this early break will surely put a smile on the faces of Gonzalo Alfonso and Juani de Pascual. Juani de Pascual will take the ball in hand and will now serve, looking to perhaps cement an early advantage. I know it's early days and quite early to have a break, but always a positive psychological advantage as Gonzalo Alfonso goes for that textbook bajada straight down the middle, one of his trademark shots, and splitting Frugoni and De Moral. There's the lob with the wind behind it, and the wind giving it a little push into the glass. 30 love the scoreline. 40 love. De Moral goes high this time. Gonzalo Alfonso hitting it on the drop, and De Moral trying to dink it into the near corner and clipping the edge of the net there. Santiago Frugoni to serve now. Love to in this first set of the first quarter-final of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters, and that high lob carries, bounces, clips the bottom edge of the glass. Both De Pascual and Alfonso leave the ball. Umpire Paulo Saraba disagrees with him that that was out and is informing them that that was in. Juan De Pascual querying the decision with umpire, and umpire not interested in their complaints. Complete disagreement, and point stands. 15 love is the scoreline. Not a good time of the game so early on to be disputing an umpire's decision. Both players clearly felt very strong about the bounce of that ball. Moral tries to go over the head of Alfonso. Alfonso to the feet of Frugoni, who was unable to deal with the awkward bounce coming up. No room there to maneuver with his racket. 15 all the scoreline. Matias de Moral and Santiago Frugoni got to this stage of the tournament by emphatically winning their first round match, dispatching Vinny Di Francesco and Alberto Garcia 6-love and 6-2. And then in the last 16 round, earlier this morning, taking on the veteran Christian Gutierrez and Jesus Ruiz, and also efficiently going 6-2, 6-4 into the lead very quickly. Very quick match, just on an hour played in that one, and here they face themselves with a toughest test so far in this tournament, taking on Juan De Pascual and Gonzalo Alfonso, the number 4 seeded team in this tournament. De Pascual and Alfonso, their routine here was not as easy as that of Frugoni and De Moral, having played Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez in the first round, and they stretched them to a 7-5 in the first set, and then they cruised to a 6-2 victory in the second. Got into the second round, and they're a little bit easier, 6-1, 6-2 over Rodrigo Lopez and Danny Blanco, and that was a commanding performance, almost like they were stepping up the gears in order to claim the win. Really quick game, also an hour, and here we are in the quarterfinals, a far more evenly matchup between these two pairings. Frugoni about to serve to Gonzalo Alfonso, and Alfonso and De Pascual with 2 break points here, and this could be quite dangerous for both Frugoni and De Moral, as they don't want to drop another serve so early in the set and allow De Pascual and Alfonso to run away with it. Alfonso's lob there going out of the court, so a golden point, 40 all. Alfonso chooses to once again receive, and once again the lob out of the court. And Frugoni and De Moral hold on and get on the board. 1-2 at the change of ends. We're going to see Gonzalo Alfonso coming out to serve, ball in hand, 2-1 up in this first set, still with a clear advantage. See the court marshals there taking care of the glass, wearing those beautiful We Live Padel t-shirts. We Live Padel, the catchphrase of the A1 Padel Global Tour. And of course, we live paddle, you live paddle, and we all love this wonderful sport of paddle, invented in 1969 in Mexico, and now trailblazing across the world's fastest growing sport. Now played in over 100 countries and territories around the world, and becoming the hot new craze around the world.
Mr. Alfonso to serve. Please keep silence during the points. Thank you.
Gonzalo Alfonso with the first serve there, a fault. Coming with the second one, Frugoni with the powerful backhand. Ball in the air, and Juan de Pascual with the hopping bandeja. And 15 love the score. Frugoni not able to get that off the tin.
Please, silence, please. Thank you.
30 love. Umpire calling for silence from the crowd. A lot of the big crowd that was here for the Swedish pairing hanging around, plus a whole lot of new faces come in, a noisy bunch. Umpire asking for silence. 40 love. Alfonso goes with the bandeja into the corner. Moves Frugoni out of position, goes into the corner, takes the game. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. 3 games to 1, De Pascual and Alfonso. And Matias De Moral will now serve. And you can see Frugoni and De Moral in deep conversation there on the side of the court. And De Moral is telling Frugoni how he's falling into the trap of Gonzalo Alfonso as he moves him to the center of the court, exposing the right. Twice he's caught him in a row with that. And De Moral just giving him the heads up on that and looking for him to cover those angles. You can see here that Matias De Moral and Frugoni for this game have abandoned the Australian formation. Certainly for the point before. Let's see if they stick with the traditional formation commonly used in the game of tennis. And they do, as Santiago Frugoni goes to the left-hand side and De Moral goes right. Goes down the middle, trying to move Gonzalo Alfonso. Gonzalo Alfonso up to the task. De Moral with a little power. Juan de Pascual defends well. And commentators curse. This time he misjudges the bounce off the wall. And 30-15 is the scoreline. 14-15. It's very possible that they use this formation, De Moral and Frugoni, because of the width in the stance for serving that Matthias De Moral uses. Varies his serves quite intensely for a better angle, and as you saw that, he moved quite widely into the right, away from the tee, gets a little bit of height, goes down the line, and De Pasquale sends the lob high into the back of the glass. (3-2) the score, and at this turn, both De Moral and Frugoni in deep conversation with the umpire.
It's not good, but I have more. Here. Thank you.
No nos juegan a la cualidad de devolución a menos que sea muy buena. Ellos de primera nos están sacando la iniciativa, también estamos jugando bien. Tenemos que tratar de fijarnos si podemos hacer lo mismo.
Escucha, bueno. Eso está más claro, pero ahora hagámonos fuerte cuando estemos adelante.
Dale.
Bueno, está faltando más esa parte porque las veces que los pasamos nos salieron bien de pared y nos quedamos.
Nos queda medio incómoda Santi para el lado de Juan, y fíjate cómo falla el globo. O sea, Gonza tira mucho mejor el globo que él.
Vos jugás bien para el globo.
Es imperdonable lo mío, es peor. Dale, los dos goles en cada game. Dale, volvemos a vuelta, dale. Vamos al saque. ¿Cómo lo ves? Dale. Dale que vamos ganando y podemos mejorar, Vamos, macho. Dale. Vamos.
Juega con Juan y déjame probar algo. Porque ni siquiera nos quedaron por mérito de ellos.
No lo escuchaba, Santi, son todos fallos nuestros ahora. Vamos.
As players get back on court there, conversation from the benches, Matthias De Moral and Frugoni talking about taking the initiative, becoming more aggressive, and the key word there, Juan De Pasquale. So expect lots more play down that side, and looking to take the initiative and move a little bit more forward. On the other side, Gonzalo Alfonso telling Juan De Pasquale it's unforgivable. We're making so many errors, sending so many of our lobs towards the back of the glass. Wind or no wind, we should not be doing that type of thing. So looking to be a little bit more cautious with the lobs and just sticking to the original game plan. Good serve there from Juan De Pasquale. Deep, low, 30 love. This time goes down the middle to Frugoni. The bajada well blocked by Frugoni. Looks to go over the head of De Moral. And this time De Moral, as planned, at the switch goes for the feet of Juan De Pasquale and gets the point, raises his hand in apology after making physical contact. Deep again, this time De Moral goes down the line. And De Pasquale with an effortless kick smash, straight down, top of glass number 2, and out of the court. No answer as Frugoni and De Moral both rooted at the back of the glass.
Game, De Pasquale Alfonso, leading 4-2.
4-2, the score now, and Santiago Frugoni will serve to Juan De Pasquale. Fortunate bounce there, just ball just shaving the net and coming back down. This time De Moral trying to push back Juan De Pasquale. Gonzalo Alfonso with a lob. Once, twice, both in the direction of Frugoni. Changes now, goes over the head of Matthias De Moral. Changes the pace, comes closer into the tin, and gets the point. Love 15.
Argentino.
Ball into there by Juan de Pascual. And you can see there both Frugoni and Matias de Moral really focusing on Juan de Pascual. And here we go again. Once, twice. Juan de Pascual reveling in the opportunity to face up to the challenge. Changes direction, goes to the corner, and leaves Matias de Moral completely bamboozled and flat-footed. Look at that. Nowhere near that. And into the back glass again. 30 all. Gonzalo Alfonso and Juan de Pascual struggling with the length of shot, sending quite a lot of them into the glass at the back.
Forty.
40-30. There we go. There's the pressure on De Pascual. And what a pickup there by Gonzalo Alfonso. Supreme athlete. Gonzalo Alfonso comes across to assist Juan de Pascual, the onslaught, and opens up the gap as Santi Frugoni drops the pace, fakes a smash, and just really difficult to deal with that. Gonzalo Alfonso will come out at the switch, 4-3 up in this first set. And as you take a look on your screens there, the Halmstad Cathedral, the backdrop, camera backdrop for this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. If you're wondering about Betsson, check them out, www.betsson.com. That is bet.com. World leaders in sports betting and pricing up, providing betting markets on this and the rest of the tournament, this match and the rest of the matches, as well as paddle tournaments throughout the season. And so if that's your type of thing, log on to the website and have a look at the markets, have a flutter on your favorite team to win either the match or the tournament. That is Betsson, www.betsson.com.
Alfonso, serve.
Ball high into the air there by Matias de Moral. The bajada at full strength by Gonzalo Alfonso, the way of Frugoni, who deals with it really well. Pascual and Moral attack, and De Pascual attacking De Moral. Moral handling the pressure well. Gonzalo Alfonso goes for the big hit, straight down the middle, back to his side of the court, and 15-love the scoreline. The big kick smash there, and Puntaco. Big kick smash there from Gonzalo Alfonso. Matias Frugal anticipating it. De Moral gets out of the court and quietly flicks it behind into the net. And Juan de Pascual too far away from the ball to be able to get it back. And even Gonzalo Alfonso giving Matias de Moral a round of applause there. Great effort, 15 games all. Goes for the big one, de Moral. Juan de Pascual anticipates, measures, does the backflip and flicks it onto the ground with his wrist. One bounce over the fence into the crowd. Banger of a point. Juan de Pascual again with power. Frugoni reads it well. This time de Moral. Pascual defending well. Alfonso with the block. He goes for the bandeja in the corner. The backhand into the fence. De Moral defends well. This time the turn of Pascual going to the fence. Frugoni also equally does well. And at the change of direction, they're looking for the middle. Gonzalo Alfonso goes into the net. 30 all the score. Alfonso goes for the big one, changes direction, and de Moral at full stretch can't lift it over the net. 40-30, big excitement there from de Pascual and Alfonso. Pumped up. They want to win this game. They want to take the advantage. That'll lead them into a first set victory. Right through the middle there, Juan de Pascual. And bending down low, Santiago Frugoni can do no more but send it into the net. Pascual with a lob, well weighted. The bajada there from Santiago Frugoni this time, not making it over the net. And you can see that Frugoni and de Moral switched back to the Australian formation for that serve. 15 all, the score. They seem to switch between formations at serve. Back to the traditional. De Pascual goes deep and low. And this time, Gonzalo Alfonso says, enough rallying. Let's show the crowd what the ball looks like, and let me send it over the court. Kick smash straight into glass number one, and getting really good height on that, straight out into the stands. Santiago Frugoni says, okay, I don't go out of the stands, I keep it on the court, but I want it back. 30 all. Juan de Pascual with the lob. Well weighted. And once again, the bajada off the glass from Matias de Moral, not quite making it over. And break point for set here for de Pascual and Alfonso. Serve a little bit long. Pasquale floats, it leaves it short. Frugoni goes for the big one, doesn't quite make it out. And Gonzalo Alfonso punishes into the ground. Ball spins out of the court. And first set, Juan de Pasquale, Gonzalo Alfonso by 6-3 over Frugoni and de Moral. You can see here, there goes Gonzalo Alfonso deep into the ground. The ball spins out of the court. And Matias de Moral looking for the door there, couldn't quite find it in order to go out. On your screens there, MC Avla walking onto court. And is rallying the crowd. MC Avla giving away the goodies. Doing Christmas in July. Gives away a Stan Wawrinka bat to one of the crowd. Now throwing away some match balls into the crowd. Crowd really excited. Here we go. Good catch there from the crowd. And there's this is a big prize. Juan de Pasquale's racket on offer here.
Oj, oj, oj! Vilka moves du har! Mina damer och herrar, fina flickar på läktaren där borta. De är lite självdrag.
And we have a winner there.
Time!
Umpire calling time on both MC Avla and the teams. And at the change of set, we're going to have Juan de Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso coming back on. Balls in hand, Gonzalo Alfonso to serve after having wrapped up the first set by 6-3. You can see over there on your screen, 21 winners versus 11 for De Pasquale and Alfonso. Even Stevens on the unforced errors, but 4 out of 5 smashes as opposed to 3 out of 6. A massive difference, and that equals the difference in score. 6-3. Apologies, not Gonzalo Alfonso to serve. Juan de Pasquale to serve to Matias de Moral. And we're getting the second set underway in this first quarterfinal of the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters, right here in the wonderful city of Halmstad. The kick smash there from Gonzalo Alfonso as he goes 3 from 3 out of the court. Unanswered, they remain as Santiago Frugoni chases, but doesn't quite get there. 15 love. Into the corner goes Juan de Pasquale. Not quite right. Gets a second chance. $15 all the scoreline. $30-15. As Alfonso goes hard, deep to the feet of Frugoni. 40-15. Gonzalo Alfonso is in a winning mood. Measured lob there by Matias de Moral. And Santiago Frugoni almost too casually there trying to get that back. And Gonzalo Alfonso punishes the weak return. And And Matias de Moral, how does he try? Can't reflex fast enough. 1-0 after winning the first set 6-3. And we've got Matias de Moral on serve. And once again, Santiago Frugoni in traditional net position. Ball comes high. A bajada there from Gonzo Alfonso. Juan de Pascual with the lob. Frugoni jumps, goes for the big kick smash, and out of the court it goes. Santiago Frugoni doing Santiago Frugoni things. Here we have on screen Santi Castañeda going through the paces outside at the A1 Padel shop, merchandising store. And next to him, also in the Monte Carlo International Sports Kit, was Martin Abud, who had a really good tournament, knocked out yesterday, but played his heart out in the heat. Frugoni with a big hit, and too high for Juan de Pascual. 30 love. High lob there from Juan de Pascual. Gonzo Alfonso expected to hit that hard, instead chooses to go over the head of Matias de Moral. Frugoni with a swivel. And this time, Juan de Pascual into the net. Gonzo off the wall. And Juan de Pascual with a textbook backhand, crossed over the net into the deep quadrant, low and slow.
Please keep silence. Thank you.
40-15, umpire calling for silence from the crowd once again. Excited bunch we have in the house today. Juan de Pascual in the air. Frugoni goes deep and hard. And equal to the task is Pascual, but leaves that one short. And Frugoni to the feet of Gonzo Alfonso, who can do nothing but parry it into the ground. One apiece, and Gonzo Alfonso to serve. If you've just joined us, welcome to my commentator's box. My name is Paulo de Carmo, commentating for you on ESPN Africa for the very first time, broadcasting the sport of paddle to 55 countries and territories in sub-Saharan Africa, predominantly on the DSTV channel 219. Alternatively, you may be watching or listening in the A1 Paddle English stream, as well as on the a1paddle.com website. And the beautiful recovery there by Matias de Moral, and Juan de Pascual, equal to the task, sends the ball back to Matias de Moral, who is too close to the net and can't get it back over. Of course, if you're watching us and you are bored of that beautiful play there by Juan de Pascual, as he's straight down the line, a big smash that loops over the head of Santiago Frugoni for the point. You can always go get onto your social media and give us a like, a follow, or a subscribe. Perhaps engage with some content or comments on the A1 Paddle Global Instagram platform, or Twitter, Facebook, or the recently launched TikTok page. And of course, also available in certain territories on Twitch. And Twitch is exactly what Gonzo Alfonso did there, and he was unable to get that to stay on the court. Go straight into the fence, you can see there, and 40-15 is the scoreline. Well controlled there, Juan de Pascual. This time Frugoni controls himself, resists the temptation of power, goes for Gonzalo Alfonso, who lobs it high into the air. And Matias de Moral goes to Juan Pascual, who blocks it into the net. And Gonzalo Alfonso tells him, you see, again, we've got to sort this out. No worries, we got it. They're fully expecting, they were talking about this at the change of sets, and they got it under control. And there's no better way to get it under control than for Juan Pascual to build confidence with a hard smash straight down the glass and back to his side of the court to add a point to the scoreboard. 2-1. De Pascual and Alfonso, second set after winning the first 6 games to 3. And when the players come back, Frugoni will be serving 1-2 down.
Spela med det. Och tycker du om Fanny som spelar här nere? Har du sett honom?
Ja.
Tycker han är duktig?
Ja.
Okej, fantastiskt Agnes. Var kommer du ifrån Agnes? Lite utanför Borås. Och Borås är en av mina favoritstäder, så det är superkul att höra. Kan vi få en stor applåd för Agnes?
We're going to serve. Silence, please. Thank you. Please. Tortillo. Silence, please. Thank you. Pascual to serve. Ketiga.
Excellent drop shot there from Gonzalo Alfonso, and big shout out there from him. Lucky bounce there off the net. Gonzalo Alfonso anticipates that, but not ready for the comeback from Matias de Moral.
Georgie,
30-15. See there the lob there from De Moral. Juan Pascual says, I'll take some of that. As we've said umpteen times and repeatedly during these broadcasts, at this level, anything slightly short of perfect is going to be punished, and very few punish as well as Juan Pascual does. Pace off that bajada there from Gonzalo Alfonso, and very vocal there. He's telling Juan Pascual, that's it, that's what we want, force the error.
Holds.
40-15 is the scoreline here. And 4-1 is the scoreline, and the pressure now definitely on in the Frugoni Matias de Moral camp.
Falta un montón, ¿eh? El único punto de tu paciencia, quebramos. ¿Sí? ¿Sí? Excelente. Yo no sé cómo pasa aquí la sensación de uno. La estoy viendo cómoda tirar el globo. A cualquiera de los dos. A cualquiera de los dos. ¿Qué? Si lo puedo manejar para el lado de Santi, mejor.
Me queda tan cómoda a veces que me manda la cagada yo, boludo.
Sí, porque esperamos algo.
Me espero una volea o una bandeja con mucha más presión.
Por eso me caliento, amigo. No puedo ser tan débil, boludo. ¿Viste la bola que me tira Mati? A uno por hora, boludo, acá. Le tiro a la red. Espero que me vengan cosas raras, boludo. En decir, el globo que vaya para arriba y te juro que lo mandamos nosotros para cualquier lado.
Sí.
Nosotros tiramos el globo, Juani, y mandamos nosotros.
Bonito, ¿eh?
Vamos,
¿Cómo te digo, macho?
Vamos,
Players coming back on court, and the word on the bench, subdued in the De Moral camp, looking for solutions. The Juan Pascual angle still in their minds, and on the other side, Gonzalo Alfonso and Juan Pascual just looking for basics, you know, not realizing that the bandejas are coming the way of Juan Pascual, but Gonzalo Alfonso tell him, don't worry, we'll cope with them, just keep doing what you're doing, we're ahead, advantage is ours, and we can wrap up this game. Every time they leave it short, you can do exactly that, Juan Pascual, and put us on the board. Juan Pascual must be the biggest finisher playing on the right-hand side on the A1 Global Padel Tour. He gets more finishing points than most guys that play on the right. Frugoni goes for the big hit, doesn't quite get the height, and Gonzalo Alfonso perfectly positioned at net to tap that into the gap between Frugoni and De Moral. Juan de Pascual also leaves it a little bit short in that deep smash of his. Matias de Moral unable to take advantage there, and the rally continues. Gonzalo Alfonso into the air. This time Frugoni goes deep with power, doesn't quite finish it. And Juan de Pascual drives behind Matias de Moral, who has to play it off his feet, facing backwards, and just can't get the required height. You can see the body language on de Moral and Frugoni's face is a -1. They're exhausted, they're not happy, they're behind, and they can't quite get their heads around how they're going to get out of this hole. 5-1 the score as Gonzalo Alfonso gets ready to serve for the second set and the match. Quite a strong performance at this level here by Gonzalo Alfonso and Juan de Pascual. Gonzalo Alfonso goes for the big kick smash again. This time doesn't get it out, but wins the point. And out of the 5 big efforts, he's had 4 successful out of the 5. Umpire asking the crowd to sit down. Matias de Moral complaining of the distraction. And there goes the perfect bajada cross court from Juan de Pascual. And you can see there, look how he preps, racket high, looks for the angle, and nothing going there. Gonzalo Alfonso goes for the big kick smash, edges the top of the fence. Frugoni aware this time, sends it back, and 2 from 5 gone wrong. 2 from 7, apologies, gone wrong for Gonzalo Alfonso. Still 30-15. And this time, Juan de Pascual overconfident, moving to the net, blocks that, racket positioning completely wrong. Ball goes downwards into the ground of the net. Big lob there from Gonzalo Alfonso, followed by yet another one by Matias de Moral. Gonzalo Alfonso returns the favor. This time de Moral goes for the bandeja. Yet another block by Juan de Pascual, blocked into the net. 30-40 and 2 break points for Frugoni de Moral. Despite being dominated, they're not giving this up. They're putting in a fight, and they break. And 2 games to 5, and they'll go back to the changes and to refresh, gather their thoughts, and perhaps, just perhaps, feed on this little glimmer of hope they've just received and come back to serve at 2 games to 5. In the meantime, the bells have tolled at the cathedral here. You can see there on the top right, top of your screen, 1600 hours, the local time. Beautiful old school Gothic-styled architecture cathedral in the center of Halmstad. Halmstad, a beautiful Swedish town on the southwestern coast of Sweden, a summer town which I'm told triples in the size of its population over the summer months as tourists and locals pour into the town to enjoy the beautiful beach nearby, the river life and the quaintness of the town. This arena right here in front of you, right smack bang in the middle of the Halmstad town square. Players now getting ready to come back.
Everybody, serve. Love 15.
Love 15, the score there. Frugoni and De Moral really focusing on De Pasquale now. And De Pasquale will be asked to rise to the occasion. And so he does. And so he does. What an incredible talent this young man is. Only 19 years of age. And mature beyond his years on this paddle tour. A little bit long, that serve. Umpire calls it correctly. Gonzalo Alfonso telling umpire is not so sure about that call, but it was definitely too long. And that backhand block there from De Moral straight into the back of the glass. Frugoni goes for the kick smash, doesn't quite get it right. Gonza looks to punish. De Moral awake to the possibilities. The match still on. This time, Gonzalo Alfonso takes the pace off and breaks a serve, takes it game, set, and match. 6-3, 6-2, and you can see what it means to the pairing. Gonzalo Alfonso and Juani De Pasquale book their place directly into the semi-finals of this, the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. Really dominating performance here by Juan De Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso, and they will, in the semi-finals, meet the winners of the Maxi Sanchez-Andres Britos match versus Leonel Tolito Aguirre and Tito Alemande. No easy path to the final and certainly to the title, but if you're going to win, you need to be the best. You need to beat the best, and that's what's going to be on the mind of Juan De Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso as they go off court, looking to refresh, rehydrate, and re-energize for this semi-final tomorrow, right here at the Halmstad town square, where this beautiful arena is erected. You can see their stats on your board. 21 winners as opposed to 12 for Alfonso and De Pasquale. Fair, honest, even on the unforced errors, but you can just see the smashes there. 7 out of 8 as opposed to 50%, 3 out of 6 from Matias De Moral and Santiago Frugoni. And 1 hour and 2 minutes the match, and there we go as well. 42 winners for Alfonso and Pasquale against the 23. The numbers don't tell a lie, and they do paint a picture. We're going to go center court, where Clara Navarro is on court with the winners, Juan De Pasquale and Gonzalo Alfonso.
Pues sí, ya son los primeros semifinalistas del Betsson Swedish Master. Juani, enhorabuena por la victoria. Se veía que iba a ser un partido complicado, pero es lo que llevamos hablando toda la semana. Estáis muy cómodos dentro de la pista y estáis demostrando un nivelazo.
Sí, bueno, buenas tardes a todos. Nos venimos preparando mucho para este torneo, teníamos muchas ganas, teníamos mucha ansiedad de jugar acá en Suecia, de jugar esta semana. No te la voy a hacer muy larga, solamente agradecer a Fabriz, a Valentín de vuelta, que ya creo que es cábala, que está acá. Y nada, felicitar a mi compañero por el partido que hizo.
O sea, se puede decir que te da buena suerte tu amigo.
Sí, que se queda acá todo el tiempo.
Well, Juan is very happy for the victory and they have been working really hard and they were willing to play this tournament here in Sweden. So tomorrow they're on the semi-final and they're going to fight for the final. Gonza, sobre todo, aparte, yo creo que lo más importante es que se os está viendo disfrutar muchísimo dentro de la pista.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes. Sí, estamos súper contentos, la verdad que disfrutando un montón. Nada, estoy muy contento, sabíamos que era un partido muy difícil, podríamos haber perdido con el mismo resultado en contra. Pero nada, contentos, a seguir, ahora a descansar. Vinimos a jugar este torneo con muchas ganas, así que mañana por más. Un saludo grande a todo el equipo, a mi familia y a mi novia que siempre me hace el aguante. Saludos.
Bien hablado, Gonza, bien hablado. He's very happy also for the victory. They have been working really hard and he knew that this match was going to be difficult. They could have even lose against their rivals, but they're going to be fighting tomorrow. Gracias, chicos, y volvemos en directo.
Well, you heard there from Clara Navarro and Gonzalo Alfonso and Juan de Pascual. And as they walk off the court, we await. We're going to show you some fun highlights. There's the winner of one of the prizes, catcher of the ball, and all of that fun being had right here in the Halmstad Town Square at this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters Arena. And some highlights there. Really exciting match with Alfonso and De Pascual in control and booking their place into the semi-final of this wonderful tournament. Welcome back to Halmstad. Halmstad, the southern summer capital of Sweden, southwestern Sweden, and Halmstad, the location for this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Master, being broadcast to your chairs, your seats, your devices, your screens for the very first time by ESPN Africa, predominantly on channel 219 on the DSTV bouquet, as well as all the usual A1 Padel dissemination platforms. On court right now, the players for the second quarterfinal of this prestigious tournament, the Swedish Masters, halfway through the season, and you'll see umpire Sergio Perez handing out match balls after the players took the customary team photo and performed the toss. And umpire Sergio Perez would have also reminded them of rules and regulations and what he will be specifically watching out for. Lots of focus in this tournament to foot faults and serving to regulation, and a few of the players have already fallen foul to irregularities in those procedures. Furthest to your screens there in the white cap, we have the veteran Diego Ramos, the ever reliable, hailing from Uruguay, the number 6 ranked player on the A1 Padel ranking system, and together with Agustin Torre to his left in the blue cap, the number 4 seeded partnership for this tournament. You can see right here the beauty of Halmstad, the river that literally is just behind our commentary box, like a 3-minute walk away, feeding into the sea, and beautiful beaches here in Halmstad. Hence why the population of Halmstad triples over the summer months in Sweden, with lots of influx from tourism and people, local tourists from other Swedish towns, as well as the international influx. Quaint town, lots of beautiful hotels, lots of retail, and wonderful architecture around every street. A good example of that is the Gothic architecture cathedral right in front of you, showing us on the top clock a local time of 16:20. And players continue to warm up. You'll see when the camera focuses slightly more opposite to the players with caps, you'll see 2 players wearing black shirts, the one with white shorts, the very reliable and surprisingly good in this tournament, Alfonso Sanchez, Spanish player who has really impressed during this tournament so far, and next to him the slightly shorter Thomas Cheda, also hailing from Spain, and this is a new, relatively new partnership, although they have played a couple of times before, reaching some quarterfinals both in the Monaco Masters and the Ester Park Open. Not a lot of experience playing together. Certainly not as much as Diego Ramos and Agustin Torre who have been playing together for quite some time. Agustin Torre, incidentally, well known affectionately as El Loco, and you'll actually see that name printed on the back of his shirt, El Loco Torre. And El Loco not because of his mental disposition, but certainly because of the crazy nature of the shot range that he has in his arsenal in the game. Happy to try new things, happy to just do things in a very natural way. You'll see some of the shots that he plays, really high levels of difficulty, and he seems to perform them so easy. Seems like he's always got a lot of time to do these shots, and makes the game look easy. Good player to watch, to learn. And next to him, of course, Diego Ramos, been around, played on various international tours, hailing from Uruguay, ever reliable. And as we look here on screen, profile Thomas Cheda ranked 96, so vast divide between the ratings of these players on court, but Thomas Cheddar and Sanchez playing out of their skin in this tournament, and Thomas Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez having come through to this quarterfinal by the route of beating in the first round Santiago Pineda and Joaquin Florenza 6-3 and 6-4. Then taking on the giant killers of this tournament, Massimo Maldonado and Joaquin de Astoreca, who had previously beaten the number 3 seeds, and putting up a tough fight there, and Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez winning that by 2-1, 6-2, 1-6, 6-3, booking their place in this quarterfinal. The route for Agustin Torres and Diego Ramos, a little not so straightforward. First round, taking on Franco Ceretani and the likable Alejandro Garallo, and dispatching them with imperious ease, 6-2, 6-2, and then facing a real challenge in their last 16 match against the Portuguese pairing of Vasco Pascual and Pedro Perry. That becoming a 3-setter, 7-6 in a tie break in the first set, then dropping the second 4-6 till eventually winning the third 6-2. And don't let that 6-2 scoreline fool you. Every point went to a golden point just about in that last set. So, and important for you to know is that match took place just this morning. Of course, rain and inclement weather interrupted the schedule both Monday and Tuesday. Lots of games to catch up, and that last 16 match was played early this morning at 9 a.m. So 2 matches in a day for Torre and Ramos as they come here to take on Cheddar and Sanchez. The last little warm-up there as Thomas Cheddar kicks that one out of the court. Players off court now, and umpire Sergio Perez will call time very shortly as the players do final adjustments to equipment, dry their hands, and take on a little bit of refreshment. They'll be back on court and we'll be underway in the next minute or so. Just a quick reminder on tournament format. It's a 32-team double-sided round-robin knockout tournament, and the match formats are best of 2 sets with golden points played at deuce and tiebreakers at 6-all. Standard tiebreakers, first to 7 win by 2, and the regularity of use of new balls will be beginning game 10 and then game 20 and every 11 thereafter. So you can see there the crowd enjoying the sun and the beautiful weather conditions. And speaking of conditions, there continues to be a slight breeze in a northerly direction. And if you look to the top of your screen on the right-hand side next to the commentator's box, you can see a white flag waving in the distance. The north being the end where the advertising boards of SW are and where Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos are standing. So the wind moving that way, so carrying lobs a little bit of the extra distance and stopping them the other way around. Alternative, other than that, conditions are excellent for paddle, and we should expect a really good match. Umpire calls for silence, and Alfonso Sanchez gets us underway. Fault. Diego Ramos with the lob. Agustin Torres there, doing the matrix dive away from the ball. But Diego Ramos unable to cover for him. 15 love. Thomas Cheddar goes for the kick and successful. Agustin Torres out of court and can't quite time it properly. 30 love.
40 love.
40 love, the scoreline there. Thomas Cheddar down the middle, piercing the gap there between Loco Torre and Diego Ramos. And 1 point on the board, and players will switch quickly. No big exertions in that first game, so nothing to do. And Alfonso Sanchez and Thomas Cheddar will be happy with that, holding serve. And this will help to settle the nerves. They must easily to be overwhelmed playing such an experienced pair, these two 24-year-olds. And Agustin Torre with the 5th ace of the tournament. Once again, umpire Sergio Perez asking for silence from the crowd. 15 love the score.
love.
30 love. Torre goes for the big one. Straight back to his side of the court.
40 love.
40 love. And this time Thomas Cheddar into the net. 1 game apiece. And that game there between Ramos and Torres, quite emphatic, quite decisive. They're clear favorites in this match, and we'll be looking to justify that favoritism. But Thomas Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez are not afraid of a challenge. They've had a few in their careers, and particularly one in their last match here, in the last 16 round. So they'll be up for it. Nerves settled, and they'll be glad to put on a fight. Love 15. Into the net there. Torres as he looks to go down the line. Cheddar and Sanchez taking that net, but quickly being sent back. Big one here this time from Torre, and Cheddar blocks it this time. Torre goes for a big one and says, you aren't going to stop this one. And that kicks out of the court. 15-30, the scoreline. Torre in a good mood. Taking the lead there. Earlier this morning, in the last 16 match, Diego Ramos doing most of the work, and the roles have switched. Torres seems to be taking the lead. And the break is on. And at the switch, Diego Ramos will come back to court, looking to serve with an early advantage, an early break, and the score 2-1 currently in the first set of the second quarterfinal at this A1 Betsson Swedish Masters. players walking back. And right about now, important for these two young men, Thomas Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez, not to be panicking and to keep their wits about them, not to be overwhelmed by the larger crowd. In the earlier rounds, the crowd a lot smaller, and certainly not to be overawed by the opposing team and their experience. So very important for them to keep their heads as Diego Ramos looks to press the advantage. Diego Torre there to punish the short return. Straight back to the court. And El Loco starting to enjoy himself, dictating. And there we go again. Short, low, hard, with a slice into the back glass. Just precluding Sanchez from getting any lift whatsoever on it. Cheddar with a lob. And the hard bajada there from Torre. 1, 2, 3. Taking control. Well defended Sanchez. Goes for the bandeja towards the back. Goes again. Sanchez defending well. Torre taking that. Still dictating. Goes for the drop shot. And Sanchez with a run up. Unable to get that back. Agustin Torre doing the El Loco things. And into the back of the glass. Game, 3 games to 1. And Alfonso Sanchez to serve.
Four. Third love.
30 love as Sanchez and Cheddar look to get back into this game. High lob there from Diego Ramos. Goes back to Cheddar. Again, looking for the corner. Wind assisting to hold the ball back there. Cheddar goes for the lob. This time the wind not assisting him. As we mentioned earlier, the wind traveling in the direction of the north. And the north is where Ramos and Torre are standing. And that goes into the bottom end of the glass. A little bit of confusion there between Cheddar and Sanchez, once, twice actually. Goes for the lob, this time measures it well. Torre with looking for Sanchez once again. Goes behind Sanchez. Ramos changes direction, doesn't measure that quite well, and goes into the tin. 40-15. Cheddar and Ramos building up an interesting duel here. And the problem arises, and El Loco solves it. Backhand, drop pace, spin, off the side tin, point in the bag. 40-30. First one straight into the net. Torre Cheddar again interchanging. Sanchez looks for the gap, comes off the top of the net. And Torre and Ramos both stretching Sanchez from left to right, eventually forcing the mistake. And we have a golden point and potential further break by Torre and Ramos. Cheddar and Sanchez will want to avoid that at all costs. Cheddar tries to go over the head of Torre. Ramos resists the power. Cheddar putting a little bit more shoulder into that one and that one. Great rally there. Cheddar changes direction, and Agustin Torre goes for the block off the backhand, but goes into the top of the net. And hope flickers eternal for Thomas Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez as we go to the turn with Torre and Ramos leading 3-2, but ball in hand. An early advantage due to an early break, and we go to the benches.
No entres en la cómoda. No me importa que la toques mal o bien, eso es otra cosa. Tocala firme porque vos sabés vigorear bien. No vayas pajerón.
No,
Tocala firme, que a vos te sale.
No, pero la quise apretar, la toqué horrible. La quise apretar, la toqué.
No, pensé que la habías querido jugar suave.
No.
¿Listo?
Quedó media corta.
Listo, por eso te decía que no me importaba cómo la tocaras. O sea, la intención te decía.
Bien, ahí lo teníamos,
Joder, la de la volea esa, macho. Sabía que le iba a tirar ahí, pero no me dio tiempo.
Está perfecto, no me dio tiempo.
Lo levantamos, ya está.
Vamos ahora.
Venga,
Tírala para el otro lado.
Players, none of these teams have courtside coach. And you heard first there from Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos, and Agustin Torre telling Diego Ramos, we need to play more firmly, and Diego Ramos understanding that he wanted him to play softer, and Agustin Torre is telling him, well, I don't mind if you play soft or hard, we just want firmer play, less mistakes, and the opportunities will come. A lot of patience. Umpires call time, and Torre to serve to Cheddar. Deep down. Cheddar does well to return. Kick smash is on. Doesn't clear the court. Sanchez manages the situation. There we go. There's the power that Torre was talking about. But that isn't the power that he's looking for there, Diego Ramos, as he floats one up and gets the wind assistance into the back glass. Love 15. Agustin Torres going deep there. And full stretch to get that one back. And the mistake here from Alfonso Sanchez. You see that Torre gets that somehow, and Sanchez almost overexcited to finish the point with Torre on the ground, and he instead sends it into the net. 15 all as Agustin Torre cleans himself up. As we know, perspiration and the sand on the court, not good friends. Not comfortable. We have the Torre to Cheddar. And Ramos to Cheddar. Change of direction there from Torre. Sanchez looks to go behind Torre, deep. Not quite getting it right. And this time, Torres sends it to his right, sends it to his left, and gets the point. Really looks unfazed in his style of play, Agustin Torre. Here we go. Return left short. El Loco does El Loco things. Hard, deep, measured into the back glass, and ball bouncing back all the way to the other side of the court. 40-15 the scoreline. And there goes Agustin Torres, hard and low. Well managed there by Thomas Cheddar. A little shorter, and this time Torre goes for the fence. Once, doesn't quite get it right, looks for the second one, and that goes straight into the side fence. 40-30, you can see Diego Ramos immediately walks towards Agustin Torre and calms him down, makes him think away from his frustration. Here comes the hard angled bajada to the left of Sanchez, and that's the point. 4-2, and just when the door looked slightly ajar to let Sanchez and Cheddar back into the game, Torre shuts it emphatically. Cheddar to serve to Ramos. And this time, Diego Ramos with the erratic return. High lob there from Agustin Torres. Second one, a little bit lower. This time he goes even lower. Back with a lob. Middle of the court. Sanchez with the bajada, well dealt with by Sanchez. Goes for the kick smash. Doesn't quite come off. Torre defends well once, twice. Excellent point. Another high lob, this time from Sanchez. Goes again. That one stops with the win. Torre lets it bounce. Takes the pace off. Goes the direction of Cheddar. Doesn't quite get it right. This time doesn't let it bounce. And Cheddar tries to reverse it on the backhand. Clips the top of the ESPN print on the net. And 15 all is the score. He's really upset with himself, Thomas Cheddar there. You can see he's reliving that shot. And Alfonso Sanchez talking to him, probably telling him it's okay, it's okay. Sanchez this time straight back into the glass with that volley at the net, slicing it a little bit too flat, getting no dip into the ball whatsoever. Great recovery there, Diego Ramos. Buying some time there to allow Torre to get back into position. And Torre over the head of Sanchez. Covers tracks back well. And this time, Agustin Torre with the badly executed bandeja. Still looking for the corner of Sanchez on his left side. And this time clips the top of the net. Looks down. Very self-critical, Agustin Torre. And this is not good because of his confidence fragility. And yeah, we have Tomas Cheddar also heavily frustrated. Second mistake, exactly the same. Backhand into the top of the net. There we go, he goes again. This time it lands. Same shot. And reacts well with that jumping forearm. Vibora into the ground next to the fence as it bounces, gives an awkward bounce, and Diego Ramos unable to get anything on that. Forces the golden point, and Agustin Torre to receive. First fault on the first one, a little bit too long. Cheddar takes the pace off it, Torre goes over him. Ramos with a lob. Cheddar does exactly the same thing. The hard bajada there from Torre, followed by the lob after the excellent block by Sanchez. Torre clips the top of the net, gets a little bit lucky there. And this time, Afonso Sanchez into the net. And yet another break. 5-2. Ramos and Torre lead. And after the break, Ramos will come out to serve for the first set.
Mr. Ramos to serve.
Players back on court, and Diego Ramos, ball in hand, about to serve to Tomas Cheddar. 5-2, imposing lead in this first set, and Agustin Torre with the drop shot. Not just a drop shot with a walkie out of the court. Puntaco Benga. Fault. Torre with power. Down the middle goes Cheddar. Straight down the line goes Torre. Goes to the other side to fetch it. Cheddar this time deep with a lob into the back of the glass. 30 love the scoreline. Sanchez over the head of Ramos. Torre back to get it. Gets a real fortunate bounce off the edge of the net there. Ball drops just behind Tomas Cheddar, who was probably in the right position. And 40 love. 3 set points here. Straight down the line there by Sanchez, but Sanchez admits to clipping the side of the fence. So first set a dominating 6 games to 2 from Agustin El Locutor and Diego Ramos. 6-2 over Thomas Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez. And right now, as they go to benches, Torre Ramos must be feeling quietly confident that despite this being their second match of the day, they can book their place into the semi-finals of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. They will go into a semi-final if they win this game against the winners of the match later on between Franco Del Bianco and Maximilian Arce when they take on Diego Simon and Raul Peralta, an exciting young pairing. So a really hotly contested semi-final brewing as a prospect for tomorrow, Saturday, the 15th of July. We have some stats on screen for you, and they tell the tale. Winners by Torre and Ramos over their opposition 13-8, and literally half the unforced error, 6 versus 11, and that tells us the tale. 3 out of 3 smashes for Torre and Ramos, with only 1 successful smash out of 1 attempt for Cheddar and Sanchez. 1 out of 1 because no opportunities for more. That such has been the nature of the calculated gameplay by Ramos and Torre. Thomas Cheddar to serve, Diego Ramos receiving as we start the second set with a place in tomorrow's semi-final at stake here. Winners taking on the winner of Maxi Sanchez, of Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce when they take on Diego Simon and Raul Peralta later today. And Torre there, looking for the side of the fence, not quite getting it right. Sanchez with 1-2 powerful bandejas into the corner where Torre is positioned, and 40 love the score. These young boys at the change discussing, we've got nothing to lose, 1 set down, big occasion, might as well go for it, give it our best, see if we can pull the set back, and the time for caution is over. We really need to up our game and see if we can get back into this. 40-15, Cheddar to Ramos. Sanchez goes high, now Cheddar's turn. This time the bajada to Sanchez from Torre. Switch of position between Ramos and Torre, and Torre into the net. First blood, Thomas Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez, and players will switch really quickly. And Ramos and Torre will not be too concerned. And court marshals, or actually Diego Ramos being hands-on, going to collect the new balls from umpire Sergio Perez. We've played 9 games, so the next game, the 10th game, new balls being introduced. And Diego Ramos hitting some balls into the side glass there, trying to get a little bit of pressure out of the new balls, keep a little bit of rhythm in the game. Some players start with the new balls and like the extra bounce provided. Others don't like the way it upsets the rhythm of their shots. Diego Ramos clearly likes the air out. 15 love. Torre goes for the big one. Gets the kick. Sanchez anticipates really, really well. Gets it back into the court. Umpire calls a fault.
Very low.
And 30 love is the score. Touch the net. A little bit of confusion there. And the drop shot there, immaculate from El Loco. Yet another banger of a El Loco shot. And he's one of the catalog main players, the banger shot catalog. And this time, he goes for a big one. Tomas Cheddar gets off the ground and tries to guide it into the back of the net. Mistimes it and keeps it instead on his side of the court. Down the tee he goes. Diego Ramos with a lob. Cheddar stretching to return. And Alfonso Sanchez looking for the tin. Doesn't quite get it. Clips the top of the net. Still determined. Walks away from the net with a big let's go. Good defense there from Torre. And pings that one just over the top of the net. And Sanchez can't retrieve that from under his feet. Cheeky lob there from Torre. This time Sanchez manages to reach it. Goes once, twice, back again to Torre. This time it does get over his head. So he goes Torre's direction again, but trying to get behind him. Torre changes direction, goes big. Cheddar taps it in. And Torre again, range of shots. This time goes for the big kick. Doesn't quite make it out the court. And Alfonso Sanchez trying to swivel it and drop it on just over the net. Gets his coordination wrong and doesn't quite get it around the net with his racket. Keeps it on his side of the court. Love 40, 4 break points here. A little bit long, that fault. High ball there from Torre. And Diego Ramos deep in Torre territory covering up. And this time Torre goes hard to the left-hand side of Alfonso Sanchez, who can do nothing but parry it into the net. And we have a break, early break. Once again, 2-1 at the turn, and Diego Ramos will come to serve on their way back with the early advantage. If you've just joined us, we remind you, you are watching the broadcasts for the very first time of ESPN Africa, broadcasting throughout Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, 55 countries and territories, spreading the sport of paddle throughout Africa, and as well as all their affiliate distributor partners. You may also be listening to my commentary, that of Paulo De Carmo, on the various other ESPN distribution channels in America and Latin America, or on the A1 Paddle YouTube streaming channel, or perhaps on the A1PaddleGlobal.com website on the streaming tab. While the change around, why don't you take the opportunity to click on subscribe, like, and follow the A1 Paddle Global Tour, be it on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or on the recently added TikTok page, and engage with us, share some content, and let us know what you think of this wonderful sport of paddle and the tour. Diego Ramos going to Tomas Cheddar. Down the middle goes Torre, changes direction, and Sanchez defense kept a little bit short, and this time it's Diego Ramos who enforces the punishment down to the side, low and slow. Torre goes deep. Cheddar beautifully received, goes down the line. And Cheddar and Sanchez approaching the net there with resolve and commitment, and forcing the error out of El Loco. High lob there, into the back of the glass. 30-15. Fault, and yet El Loco does that. And Sanchez and Cheddar must be thinking, thank goodness that doesn't count. Overhit once again there on the swivel by Thomas Cheddar into the back of the glass. 40-15. Game, Ramos and Torre, 3-1 as Thomas Cheddar grabs the balls and gets into a deep conversation with Alfonso Sanchez, and big motivational talk there. Let's get going. We've got nothing to lose. Let's just have some fun. We are 3-1 down. We want to get back into this game. Let's just do the thing. And in the midst of the excitement, Thomas Cheddar overhits that with a little bit of top spin down the middle into the glass. Sanchez once again into the net with the bandeja, mistimed it. And you can see Sanchez visibly drained, tired. His t-shirt soaked with sweat. It's been quite an exercise, this match for him. Torre and Ramos moving him from left to right, really getting him to run around the court. 15-30. And again, into the net. That's a tired shot. And he's disappointed in himself there. Thomas Cheddar quickly to go, tap him on the shoulder and say, it's okay, you got this. You got this. That was just a mistake. But it is a mistake, and assisted by a little bit of exhaustion. Conditions warm. Temperature now in the early 20s, probably around the 10-24 mark. Drops every now and again with the cloud cover moving and blocking the sun, but when the sun is out, a solid 24. 30-40 is the scoreline, 2 break points. Cheddar goes deep. Sanchez goes deep again. To Torre, goes again. Changes direction to the middle, and change of pace there from Cheddar. Torre trying to force the block, gets beyond him, too short, and Agustin Torre preempts the lift, starts to walk out the court, taps it into the ground and out, and in the same flow walks to his resting spot and goes to dry up and get some refreshment. And you can just see there, he's walking out, and on his way taps the ball into the ground and walks out. El Loco with another banger.
Y después me sigue cubriendo el centro después. ¿Viste? Madre mía. Vamos. Uno más, dame.
Dale, Tom.
Tomasín, venga, Venga, vamos a cambiar para coger unas sensaciones. Venga.
Vamos aquí. Venga.
Venga.
Vamos al frente.
As umpire Sergio Perez calls time, and Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos, long time already on court. They take a 4-1 advantage into the second set as Agustin Torre begins to serve, and they really just want to shut the door and close off the game, get back into their hotel room, go for a massage, have some early dinner and get some rest, and as they prep for tomorrow's semi-final. Only a miraculous recovery here by Thomas Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez will stop that, as Agustin Torre goes for another big smash and makes it 30-love. These young boys really put up a fight, but in all honesty, totally outclassed here. Vast gulf between the ranking points of both of these teams, and despite the progress made by the young boys, almost like a reality check at this stage of the tournament in these quarterfinals, where you have to really be at the top of your game. And you can see right there, Alfonso Sanchez, tired lob straight into the back of the glass, and 40-15. And as another one goes, this time stays on the right side of the glass, but Sanchez can't pick that one from under his feet. And 5-1 the score now, and Alfonso Sanchez will be serving at 1-5, just trying to stay in the game, perhaps get another game on the board. And the positive thing of this is that both Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez will have learned tremendously from this. The first set particularly, despite the scoreline being 6-2, both these players put in a valiant effort, and it was a lot closer than the score suggests. Excellent shot there by Thomas Cheddar, hooked into the side of the tin. Awkward bounce created, and Diego Ramos moving in a different direction, unable to make a U-turn and claim any of that back. There's that bandeja that Alfonso Sanchez has been searching for all game long. Deep into the corner, just coming off the edge of the glass and providing unpredictability as it bounces back. And Agustin Torre swinging at fresh air. 30-love the score. That one clipped the top of the net. Fault. High lob there from Ramos. And this time Cheddar trying to get on the left of Agustin Torre, but edges the glass instead. 30-15. Shakes his head in disbelief. Into the net goes the first serve. Torre with power straight over the net. This time a little confusion between Ramos and Torre in the middle there. Both of them going for the same ball. Rackets actually connecting, and the ball flying away and connecting with the net. 40-15 the scoreline. Neither Ramos nor Torre will be too phased about this, as they will come out and serve, even if they lose this game, with a distinctive advantage. Good play there by Alfonso Sanchez, straight down the middle, nicely sliced, low, hitting the glass at a low point and staying even low on the return, and Torre unable to do anything about that. Players going for refreshment, possibly for the last time in this match, as Diego Ramos will come out to serve for the set. 5-2 up in the second set, 6-2 after they closed off the first, and 54 minutes on the clock so far, so we could be in for a finish in under an hour. And these players can get back to the comfort of their recuperation, whatever process that takes. Diego Ramos throws one of the balls away to the corner of the court and misses it completely. Goes out the court, makes Agustin Torre go out the court to fetch it. Feeling bad, runs after it to apologize. Agustin Torre unfazed. He has played this match like the master he is. Unfazed, positive, taking control when necessary, and being decisive. Almost error-free. Always a good sight to see when Agustin Torres decides to play the game. And as Diego Ramos looks to take the pace off that and drop that at the feet of Thomas Cheddar, gets the angles wrong and the ball goes into the top of the net. Love 15. High lob there from Sanchez. Torres sending him back. Hanging out in the middle there. Hoping for a short lob so he can finish the point. Instead, Sanchez gets the short one, prepares, loads, and misses the ball entirely, edging it with the top of his racket. 15-all. The frustration mounts. When things are not going well, they all keep going wrong. And you'll want to forget that. And his friends and colleagues will, for sure, later on, be showing him a video clip of that miss. Confusion there between Cheddar and Sanchez. Both going for the same ball, rackets colliding, and ball into the net. 30-15. Diego Ramos to go to Sanchez. A little bit too deep. Great return there by Sanchez. Catches Agustin Torre a little bit off guard as he's moving from left to right, and the ball comes all the way back to the left off the tin with an awkward bounce, and 30-all is the scoreline. Cheddar attempts a similar type return, this time to the right of Diego Ramos, and not successful, straight into the tin. 40-30, game, set, and match point. And Agustin Torre waiting for the finish. Goes for the spun drop shot and sends it into the net. He's disappointed in himself. He drops his head, kicks some sand around. And it's golden point, 40-all, still game, set, and match point. Goes over the head of Sanchez, or returns in the direction of Ramos. Cheddar goes over the head of Ramos, who goes high. There's the bajada from Torres, changes direction, goes through the middle. Sanchez reaches, hedges it into the tin, and it's game, set, and match for Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos. 6-2, 6-2 over Thomas Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez. And they booked themselves a place in the semi-final of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters to be held tomorrow, Saturday the 15th, right here in the Halmstad Town Square, where the arena is beautifully erected. Really great performance, commanding performance here by El Loco Torre and Diego Ramos, and Sanchez and Cheddar ultimately outclassed by these two consummate professionals. There we go, El Loco fetching the spare ball and sending it into the crowd. Always a treat when somebody in the crowd catches the match ball. And of course, during the game, they can't keep it, but right now they can. And you can see some stats there on the board. 11 unforced errors for Cheddar and Alfonso Sanchez. Big difference. And smashes 1 out of 2, 7 out of 7 for Torre and Ramos. 25 winners versus 15, and that tells the tale. 57-minute match, quick and easy, well dispatched. Really a superior performance from El Loco and Diego Ramos. We're going to cross over to the center of the court where Clara Navarro is there with Diego Ramos and Agustín.
Pues sí, así es. Aquí estoy con los ganadores del partido. Diego, victoria, ya estáis en semifinales y además a tus rivales los conoces bien porque son compañeros de entrenamiento.
Sí, la verdad que, bueno, primero que nada felicitar a los chicos por el torneo. La verdad que, bueno, a Alfon lo conozco más tiempo, pero a Cheda también está yendo a entrenar con nosotros. Y aparte de muy buenos jugadores, son grandes personas, entonces la verdad que da gusto que les vaya bien.
Well, Diego says that they are friends, they train together, they have a really good level, and he's very happy also for the tournament that they have played. Agustín, esto lo hemos dicho varias veces, pero en lo que llevamos de temporada habéis estado en todas las semifinales excepto en 2.
Sí, bueno, es un dato obviamente que nos pone muy contentos. Estamos trabajando cada vez más, haciendo el esfuerzo de entrenar juntos cuando podemos y creo que tanto esfuerzo está dejando sus resultados, así que súper contentos. Déjame a mí también felicitar a los chicos, que si bien yo los conozco hace poco tiempo, como dijo Diego, son grandes personas y se nota, así que felicitarlos y bueno, nada, nosotros a buscar una final más mañana.
Agustín also wants to congratulate the rivals for the match that they have played. They have been in every semi-final except in 2 tournaments this season, and they're going to be fighting for the final tomorrow. ¿Te animas a decir algo?
Yes. Hello, everyone. We need the old people tomorrow for the sport. So we are. Se hizo noche. We are. Sorry, I try. My English no is good, but I try. We are very happy to play here, and nothing. We are the people tomorrow, so we are very happy.
Thank you, Agustín. Y hasta aquí las palabras de los ganadores.
And great effort there by Agustín Torre with the English language, and the crowd appreciating it, giving him a big ovation. And as you watch some beautiful pictures of the match, some highlights, they've booked their place into the semi-finals tomorrow right here on center court. Coming up next, one of the other highlights of these quarterfinals, Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos taking on Lionel Tolito Aguirre and Adrian Alemandi, Tito Alemandi, and what a match, what a scintillating, mouth-watering contest, and that'll be coming up shortly. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with you for that mouth-watering event. Wonderful, welcome. Hello, Africa. Hello, listeners on the YouTube streaming channels. Welcome, ESPN Africa. And here we are in Halmstad for the A1 Betsson Swedish Masters, the third quarter-final of this tournament. And on court, we have Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos taking on Tito Alemande and Tolito Aguirre. Tolito Aguirre and Tito Alemande, having played their last 16 match early this morning, will be perhaps feeling a little exertion, although they dominated that game and won that by a relatively easy margin, taking that match 6-2 and 6-2. They'll be not warmed up, but certainly stressed out. Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos had a full 24 hours rest from their last 16 match and won that quite emphatically as well. Forgive my twisted tongue right there. So we have on court there, and Andres Britos and Maxi Sanchez's path to this semi-final, having been demolition of the South African Keegan Roy and Jason Blakey Milner, the Africa qualifiers, by 6-1. First set, 6-1, the second set. And then moved on to the second round, where they played the very gutsy local pairing of Anton Anderson and Albin Olsen, 6-2 and 7-5, thus booking their spot into this quarter-final. On the other side of the draw, we had Tolito and Tito Alemande taking on Igor Enslen and Matias Gonzalez, and absolutely destroying them in the first round, 6-love, 6-2, and then followed up by their last 16 match, which was earlier today against the local heroes, the Swedish #1 ranked team and winners of the Swedish qualifier, Daniel Appelgren and Victor Stern, apologies. One of the matches of the tournament. Large crowd came over to watch that match, and the match played in a great atmosphere. A lot of banter between the players, and the final result there, a 6-3, 6-2 drubbing by Tolito and Tito, and always in command, looking like they mean business in this tournament. Here they are now, and taking on a slightly more aggressive and more competitive pairing of Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos, and this is going to prove to be a really spectacular match. Two big hitters on display here, Maxi Sanchez and Tolito Aguirre, and two of the best and most reliable defenders on tour in Britos and the General Alemande on court. Joining me for this commentary as we look at Maximilian Sanchez's stats or player card there, heading from Argentina, just 20 years of age, is Gonzalo Ubiña, sitting next to me. We've sat together a few games during this tournament, and he's here to join me for the last two quarterfinals of this tournament. Welcome, Gonzalo.
Hello, Paulo. Nice to see you again, and for sure I'm going to be joining you in this match, in the next one, and probably in the semifinals and the final. So get used to, you're going to get tired of me in this cabin. A pleasure to be here, and we have a very interesting quarterfinals match. Tolito Aguirre and Tito Alemande playing the second match of the day. Actually, a good thing for them was not losing any set against the Swedish couple. And on the other side of the court, we have Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos. So basically the two couples that took down the two Swedish teams.
Indeed, indeed. And of course, no slouches. Andres Britos, a former #1 on tour just a couple of years ago, under a different partnership, taking on the young Maxi Sanchez here under his wing for the season, and already proving to be quite a successful partnership. Earlier on this year, together they reached several tournaments, quarterfinals, and 3 successive quarterfinals. So here they are for yet another quarterfinal. This time looking to go one better into a semi-final.
We expect a good match. And also Tolito Aguirre and Alemán Di Paolo, in my opinion, they are showing a really great power in this tournament so far. 2 great matches. Tolito looks on fire. Alemán is playing solid as usual. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them on the semifinals.
Yeah, we spoke about this yesterday when we both nailed our choices to the mast. They're just looking very professional, Tolito and Tito. They're looking determined, they mean business. Yeah, as I said to you, I've watched them train. They really put in some professional sessions. And as you said, Tolito looks in the mood. In the previous game earlier today, when Tito was faltering a little bit, he took control and dispatched the opposition almost single-handedly.
Correct. I think they're working as a team, which was maybe the problem in the previous tournaments. They have very strong personalities, both of them, but when they put all together and they work as a machine, they're just unstoppable.
Yeah. I spoke to, actually, sorry to interrupt you, I spoke to Tolito earlier this morning, and I said to him, how's it going? And he said, no, good. Playing 2 games today. He says, yeah. I says, are you going to win? Yeah. Both? Yep. Tournament? Yep. So, you know, in his small English, I got 3 emphatic yeses there.
Yep,
match,
yep.
match 1, match 2, and tournament. He says he's going to win, and he's playing like he wants to.
Did you ask him how many bangers is he going to give us today?
He gave us so many this morning, so many that this range of shots that he's got is incredible. This morning he had a drop shot, literally bounce and roll out of the court like a dog being taken for a walk. It reminded me of the old yo-yo days when we used to have a trick called walk the dog. I think Tolito's got a string on the ball and he's walking the dog with that shot. Really incredible stuff. Players going through final warm-ups there, last lobs, and the umpire has called time, so players getting onto the court. Just a reminder, if you've joined us only now, to sit back, relax, enjoy this A1 Betsson Swedish Master quarterfinal, the second last one of the tournament and second last of the day. And the tournament format, best of 3 sets with tiebreakers played at 6-all and golden points on the juice score. New balls introduced now at the beginning, then in game 10 and game 20. And we just listen quickly to what the coaches are. Specifically, Roberto Rodriguez is telling Tito Alemán there.
No hablemos bastante. Háblame fuerte. Cuando me tiran el globo a mí, háblame fuerte. Dale. Vamos a disfrutar, ¿eh? Vale, vamos ahí. Vamos a disfrutar acá, va. Está hermoso, eso es.
Players getting back on court.
They were talking about communication first, and then to enjoy. Let's enjoy the match.
Very important.
And let's talk.
First rule of paddle: have fun.
Have fun, yeah.
And
let's
that applies at any level. Whether you're a beginner or a professional.
Exactly.
If you're not having fun, you shouldn't be doing this. You should rather be knitting somewhere.
Correct. So communication first, and then having fun.
Tolito Aguirre to start the game. Umpire calling for silence. Quite a big crowd here, so difficult to control. Tolito going for the kick, doesn't quite get it off. Maxi Sanchez goes high to the mesh, goes big, and Tolito anticipates well, but just can't get his racket behind the ball there. And love 15 is the scoreline.
No, it actually went into the net and then straight to the fence.
Ah, it clipped the net there.
Exactly.
Once again, umpire calling for silence as the church bells toll. Don't quite know why. 5:45.
I've heard there's a wedding today in the church.
Oh.
That's why we've heard so many times.
Two joyous occasions in Halmstad, a wedding and the A1 Padel Swedish Masters.
They can come from the wedding and then celebrate it in the stands.
What a way to honeymoon, watching champagne paddle. Into the glass there, and 30-15 the score.
Also, Paulo, let me tell the people we have a giveaway to participate. Go into our Instagram account from A1. We're giving away a Stan Wawrinka racket. To participate, you have to comment and guess in which city will the Grandmaster of Italy will be.
Oh, that's fantastic. What a great competition. And so all the viewers out there on ESPN Africa or on the streaming channels, get onto, and the tag is at A1 Padel Global Official.
Yeah.
At the A1 Padel Official, _official. And get on there and guess what city in Italy is the Italian Grand Masters going to be held in.
So far, people are mentioning mainly Napoli and Milano. That's what people think so far.
So, you know, you and I don't know the answer to this. So, what are we guessing?
Oh, I only know that I don't care about the city, I just care about the pizza, Paolo.
The pizza is the winner, so we're not going to even venture a guess here. We're going to let you, the audience, get onto Instagram at A1 Padel _global and comment with the city you think is going to be hosting the Italian Grand Masters in Italy. That is the A1 Padel Grand Masters. So put it there, and on the line is a beautiful Monte Carlo Sports Stan Wawrinka paddle racket as used by some of the players on this tour. While we were incentivizing you to become wealthier and own a new racket, compliments of Monte Carlo International Sports, Tito Alemandi and Lionel Aguirre have gone 1-0 up in this first set as Maxi Sanchez goes with the bandeja deep into the left-hand side of the court, hugging the glass, and he changes direction there. Goes to Alemandi, who pierces the defenses. Britos under sufferance, able to receive that. Alemandi to the corner, forces the error. Britos can't quite get it over the net and goes into the net.
Maxi Sanchez and Britos. I was watching that match against the Swedish guys. They're not... Oh, Tolito, sorry to interrupt you. You're playing paddle.
Banga, banga, banga.
Banga.
And you can watch this here. And you can see Maxi Sanchez goes for the big one. Doesn't get enough height. Tolito watches it, lets it pass the net, and just taps it out the door. Sends it for a walk into the crowd. Feast your eyes, people. This is paddle like we've never seen before. Certainly not in Halmstad.
Delightful.
Love 40. 4 break points early on in the game. And there's the break. 2-0 up. And
really good start. As we were saying, they're playing a good tournament here in Sweden. And I was saying before Tolito put some magic on the court that in the last match, Maxi Sanchez and Britos, it was tougher than expected against the Swedish guys. They're not finding the rhythm. Maxi Sanchez is not having the best 2023 so far.
Still a young man, only 20 years of age, lots to learn. And Britos, of course, doing a great job in mentoring him. But as you say, you know, with youth and comes exuberance and not always easy to control. Tolito there goes for the tap lob. Straight down the line, high, but shaves the bottom of the glass on its way down.
With Tolito, if it's not beautiful, it doesn't count, right?
I think we should make a new rule in paddle. When Tolito scores a banger, we should give him 2 points. Into the net there. This is the thing about Tolito. Not only does he do the bangers, and we all get excited, but he does a basic, straightforward shot like that, but he executes it to perfection. Changes the pace, drops it to the guy's feet, and just wins the point. You know, he does the basics right, and then when he decides to put on a show, he does that right too. Of course, that's not 100% of the time. Oh, big leap there from Britos. And if this was golf, this would be called a freshie.
Yeah. Do you play golf?
Badly. But yes, here we go. Look, he misses the ball completely, just clips it, and not ideal as Alemande serves 30-15 up.
Good start for the number 2 in the rankings. Paulo, we have already the number 4 couple, we have the number 3, and then here a good start for the number 2. We could have the perfect semifinals.
Maxi Sanchez trying to go over the head of Tolito, and will be remiss of me not to remind the audience, if you've just joined us, that there is a northerly wind. And umpire there trying to quieten the crowd down again. There's a northerly wind, and what that means for you on screen is that the direction that Andres Britos and Maxi Sanchez are playing against will carry. In other words, that lob right there you saw will carry a little further than normal, whereas the ones in the opposite direction will slow down. Just like that one there that Alemande put to Maxi Sanchez. So players have to exercise caution when playing on the different sides of the court. And often we've seen really high lobs allowed to bounce before the players connect with them. A lot of patience and a lot of restraint having to be exercised. You can see there right now. And misjudgment there by Maxi Sanchez as the wind slowed the ball down. 3-0 at the swap, and excellent advantage. I couldn't have wished for better.
Exactly, great start, perfect. So we'll go to the break really quick. We'll be back in just a minute in A1 Padel.
Court marshals on court, wiping the wet patches off the glass. The glass gets wet as the players bump into the glass with their perspired tops. And while they do that and players are taking a break, let me remind you about the A1 Betsson Swedish Master. Betsson, the name sponsor for this wonderful tournament, the leading world leader in sports betting, www.betsson, that's BETSSON.com. And one of the unique features of Betsson is that they price up and create betting markets on paddle matches such as this one. So you can log on and have a little flutter on this match or any of the others, and you can also bet on the entire tournament. I can tell you right now, because we were looking at the website, if you fancy Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos, you can get a whopping 9.9 to 1 for them to win this game, whilst Tolito and Tito are 1-0-3 to win this game. So heavy favorites to win this match as far as the betting gurus go. Of course, paddle players have different ideas because they fight back and the ball is round and anything can happen. But as it stands right now, odds justified. Tolito, Aguirre and Tito Alemande 3-0 up as Maxi Sanchez gets ready to serve to Tito Alemande. Well blocked there by Tolito, but Maxi Sanchez feels the need to blow some steam, get some frustrations after the previous errors, and goes for pace into the right-hand side of Tito Alemande.
Trying to get the first game and that one on the scoreboard.
Tolito fakes the smash, drives instead to the opposite side. Doesn't quite get enough pace off the ball, and Brito's able to retrieve it.
4 players switched.
Kick smash there by Lamande. Britos gets the ball in. Tolito recovers. Britos goes for the kick smash on the other side of the court. Double-sided, and Britos waves to the crowd as the crowd celebrates that incredible point. You can see here Britos goes for the big kick smash. Comes back. Tolito retrieves it. He goes the other way, and this time Alemande can get nowhere near it. Incredible. Banga, banga. That's a double banger. 30 love.
A curious point because Sanchez was playing on the right side, Britos on the left side, and in the other half of the court, Tolito went to the right side and Tito
Double
was
switch.
Exactly, yes.
Maxi Sanchez doing Maxi Sanchez thing. Big power down the middle. 40 love. Tolito with a little tip, forcing Sanchez back and switching to the right-hand side of the court. Unfamiliar territory. Alemade trying to keep him there. Tolito goes the other way now. Deep and right idea, just a little bit too much force, and straight into the glass. Missed opportunity there by Tito Alemande.
Maxi Sanchez and Britos winning the first game of the match. Now it's a 3-1, and it would be Tolito Aguirre with his serve. Great start for Tolito and Tito. They have been playing really solid during this whole week in Sweden, looking for their first title of the season. A 2023 season that was almost a monopoly by Arce and Dalbianco.
Indeed. And we'll have a chance to see them in the next quarterfinal. And that looks like they're on the board.
Love 30.
This is a love 30. Maxi Sanchez raising his level.
Exciting young player, Maxi Sanchez, eh?
Yeah.
He goes through ups and downs, but he remains a very exciting player with a lot of potential. I remember 2 years ago when he first came to Cape Town, the then general manager of the A1 Padel told me that watch this guy could potentially one day be a #1. He's got a lot of talent. And I watched him, and you could see there was something there. And he hasn't quite fulfilled that potential yet, but he almost like comes and goes. He's there, and then he disappears for a while, and he comes back. He needs to find that consistency.
That's the problem. He needs to be more regular, more consistent. If he could maintain his high level for a long period of time, he for sure would be one of the best in A1.
Tolito going for the big one. And you can see there, self-motivation. 30 all. See that great preparation. Big swing into the ground. And back to his side of the court.
I don't know, Paulo, if you agree, but we're seeing a faster court as we advance and move on to the finals.
Agree. This is because of the weather conditions. The sun is drying the court. The humidity levels have dropped because the clouds are running away. So faster court. And other than the little breeze, it's almost perfect conditions. In fact, if the wind stops, we're going to have perfect conditions. And there goes Tolito with a big kick banger out of the court. And 40-30 the scoreline.
Enjoying his time on the court, Tolito.
This time the church bells goes, but it is 1800. match time on the scoreboard can't be right. 1 hour, 39 minutes. That's got to be an error. High lob there from Tolito. Sanchez tries to take the pace off it. Alemande with a lift.
Great lob shot.
Once again, forcing the switch in position between Britos and Sanchez. And now they want to keep him there. And they do. Unfamiliar territory. Force the error out of Britos' racket.
But Tolito's winning 1 point after the other.
And 4 games to 1. And when they come back, Britos at 1-4, looking to try and get back into this game. Aguirre and Alemande well in control.
Parecía que había cambiado el partido, no cambió nada, estamos igual. Vamos, hermano. Luego sí que hemos tirado un par de bolas, pero bueno, estamos forzados también, nos están forzando ellos. De golpe no, dice así no había. Está bien, está perfecto ahora mismo. Seguimos igual que ahora vamos a romper, ¿eh? Seguimos que vamos a romper ahora, ¿eh? A ver si
Sí. Pero después ya después no tenemos que dudar. O sea, como si vos querés bajarla, ahora también entrá. Si entramos adelante, vamos a entrar. Entrá, a romperlo. No necesariamente pensemos en pasarlo, sino a buscar punto ganador. ¿Me entendés? Ahí cuando logramos ese cambio de ritmo, tal, nos queda la bola, vamos. A ganar, bien. Vamos mi saque, Dale, vamos mi saque, va. Bien que el otro lo hacemos, dale. De este lado lo vamos a tirar bien el globo, dale. Sí, dale, va. Vamos, Maxi.
Players walking back on court, and as in today's earlier game, Tito Alemande and Tolito straight onto court before everyone else. They are certainly eager to get the scores on the board and get the matches done. They want to exert as least energy as possible, and although that's certainly not the case here, the score reflects a 4-1 lead, but that is indeed not the case. Britos and Sanchez certainly putting up a fight, and Tolito with a lob. Sanchez can't resist the power and gets that one away.
On the benches, Tolito and Tito's coach was saying, I know we have a break, but I want another one. Let's push in this game. And Britos and Sanchez saying, we're playing too passive. Let's go for winners. Let's get aggressive.
Good strategy. Must be aggressive. When you're 1-4 down, aggression could be the only key. Alemande with a lob into the corner. Britos back at him as a big cloud comes over and covers the sun. And immediately we feel the cooling of the temperature from a blazing sun to not. Tolito with a grab there. Testament again to his athleticism. And Maxi Sanchez with the return. Alemande wise to it. And Maxi Sanchez's return there fits into the category of the don't try this at home category. And certainly Alemande says, I'll try this here and at home.
That was Maxi Sanchez doing Tolito's things.
Not quite as well.
Exactly.
And just in case the audience thinks we biased towards Tolito, we are not. But Tolito happens to be an exceptional talent. Big power there from Maxi Sanchez, and the reflexes of Alemande getting his bat in the way, but unable to get in that direction whatsoever. Instinctive reaction.
As we see Fabrice Pastor on the picture on the TV.
Yeah, Fabrice Pastor, the president of Monte Carlo International Sports, one of the largest sponsors of Padel worldwide, and also the president of the A1 Padel Global Tour. He certainly supports lots of young talent, sponsors a lot of players, sponsors a lot of tournaments, and hosts his own tournament, part of the A1 Padel Global portfolio of tournaments, the Fabrice Pastor Cup, which helps a lot of young players come through the ranks and then join the main tour, the A1 Padel Global Tour.
One of the reasons of why this sport is developing, thanks to this circuit, giving the opportunity to many, many young players. Great ball. Again, Britos from the left side.
Tolito with a big shot, well defended there by Britos. Alamande comes back, keeps it in tow. This time it's a turn of Maxi Sanchez, and despite Tolito's run, the ball comes back. A little lucky, tips the edge of the net and gives the adequate bounce. Awesome point that. You can see there, Tolito, best effort, but just can't get there.
But the feeling I get, Paulo, is that for Britos and Sanchez to win a point, they have to do so many things, while on the other hand, they just take them easily.
And there we go, an unforced error into the back of the glass, and diminishes their advantage and allows Tolito and Aguirre to get into a golden point situation when they were under sufferance in this game.
And the coach said it, we have a break, but I want another one.
And as we know, it's possible in these situations. This is like a penalty in football. Anything can happen as Britos prepares to go to Aguirre. And the game goes the way of Britos and Sanchez, and 4-2 is the scoreline as Alamandi grabs the balls to serve.
Still break, still on the lead.
Just Gonzalo, just touching on what we were speaking about this tour providing so many opportunities for young players, and of course that initiative and vision driven by Mr. Fabrice Pastor. Also important, not just young players, but young players on a global scale, because now the A1 Padel Tour goes to 21 cities in 14 different countries. That's just this year, and you and I both know that that's only going to grow. There's going to be more diversity in terms of locations. And of course now we have these multi-zonal regional qualifiers that allow players to qualify into the main draw of the Master Tournament. So we have a North American one, which opens up doors to Canadians, Americans, Mexicans, nationalities that normally wouldn't be involved in the game of paddle. And South America, Africa, as you know, breakthrough. The first international tour to be present in Africa, the A1 Padel Tour. So really innovative, and of course the European qualifier. So lots of opportunities for young players who feel their level is up to scratch on the global stage.
Maybe 5 or 10 years ago, paddle was only about Spain and Argentina. And now in 2023, we're visiting so many countries, playing in different cities and having a larger calendar. Season in, season out.
Oh, Tolito clips the top of that net there. 30-15 the scoreline.
The next tournament will be actually in Switzerland.
Indeed. Unprecedented. Never before has there been a Swiss international paddle tournament, and here we are.
In a very beautiful city as Verbier is.
Verbier in summer. We always see postcards of Verbier in winter with people skiing. I'm sure it's just as beautiful, if not more, in summer. You can just imagine the beautiful greens that sit underneath that snow that we see on postcards.
I can't wait to see it. One after another, after another.
Relentless there from Tolito.
He has winners falling out of his pockets right now. I am really looking forward to see the stats after the first set for the winners.
And there we have the game, 5 games to 2. And as they go to the break, regardless of the fact that it will be Sanchez serving, they'll be feeling confident they can wrap up this first set and start thinking about the strategy for the second set. Players rehydrating and taking in extra rehydration as the week has evolved, and we've gone from inclement rain delays and uninterrupted rain and thunder showers. It's gotten warmer and warmer. Right now a warm 24 degrees as the cloud cover shifted and the sun became exposed, so players taking on a lot more hydration. Right now you'll see on the court Andres Britos and Maxi Sanchez staring straight into a high-setting sun just to the right of this Halmstad Cathedral here in the Halmstad city centre. Alemande with a high lob. Sanchez spraying the ball around left to right. This time Alemande encroaches on Tolito and clips the racket edge onto the ball and sending it into the fence. 15-love the score. And Britos does his best there, but not quite close enough to the ball to be able to get the height to get it back over the net. 15-all the score.
Tricky corner. Always tough to read that bounces. 30-15, and Paulo, I am not really surprised about what's going on right now on the court. I mean, Tolito and Tito have played 2 really solid matches before this. 6-0, 6-2 in the first one, and then 6-2, 6-3. So I was expecting this. Now 5-2. I see them as a serious contender for the title here in Sweden.
You know, often they play like this and they peak too early, but I think this time they've got their wits about them. They look very, very focused. You know, I'm a big body language believer, and you can hear that sometimes on my commentary where I talk about the body language of the players being positive or negative. And to me, from the moment these guys have stepped on a court earlier in the week, they've just, in fact, on the training grounds where I first saw them, they've just looked positive. They've just looked like they want it. And to me, that's half the battle won.
I agree, 100%. And I also believe, like you, in the body language, you can really feel from outside of the court how the players feel. So 5-3 now. An opportunity to close the set with Tolito serving.
Alemande with a general's arm there.
Another winner, this time by Tito. I can also win points.
This time, though, Catching Tolito slightly out of position there with the block. Disappointed with himself there, Britos. You'll look at that and think, this is bread and butter stuff for me. How did I not get over the net? You can see he's visibly disappointed. Screaming out.
The problem was that he thought it was out. But Tolito said, no, 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 we touched at the edge of that line and also the umpire. So that was the reason.
A lot of power there from Tito. Tolito with a lob. Unfortunately, with a little bit of help from the wind into the glass.
30-0. It's only one break.
They're not giving this up without a fight, Britos and Sanchez. That we know.
Not at all.
But this time it's short, and Tolito says, thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, and come back to me, ball.
Another winner for Tolito.
High lob there from Britos. Tolito digging deep, falling backwards, and angles that into the glass, and we have another golden point. Potential break.
And set point too. So
Britos and Maxi Sanchez will want a break because it keeps them in the set, takes them to 5-4, and they can mount a comeback from there. Tolito is going to have nothing to do with that. He wants to close out the game. Switches position with Alemande there. Switch positions again. Britos trying to force them back. Goes for another big lob with confidence that the wind is on his side. This is really to see who makes the error first, and Maxi Sanchez takes the bait off the backhand with the ball rising, and that closes out the first set. 6-3 for Aguirre and Alemande, and Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos will go to bench at this switch of sets, thinking, what can they come up with? What can their whiteboard or their little strategy bring to them in the second set that puts them back into this game?
really interesting first set. It was a break that decided everything at the end. Maxi Sanchez and Britos had the opportunity to bring it back. Maxi Sanchez going straight into the net and missing that opportunity.
So here we have the changeover of the sets. Lots of animation in the crowd. DJ blaring his music out. And we'll remind you, if you've just joined us, that you are watching the second last quarterfinal at this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. And this being held in Halmstad in Sweden. And if you are in by any stroke of imagination anywhere near Halmstad in Sweden, pop in. Beautiful festival atmosphere just outside its arena with a big screen, lots of people hanging out, eating and drinking, and they are enjoying the atmosphere as much as we are here in the commentary box. Some stats on board there. You can see there Aguirre and Alemande 6 from 6 in the smashes versus 5 from 8. 17 winners versus 13, and only 6 unforced errors as opposed to 10. That tells a tale. 39 minutes that first set, and we wouldn't say total dominance, but for sure a confident display by Tolito and Alemande. As they walk back on court, we're going to see Britos and Sanchez serving and looking to put up a different type of challenge in this second set.
Silence, please. Please, silence. Thank you.
Here we go. Tito Alamande. Tito Alamande with power for the hit there. And Brito serving 15 love up in this first game of this second set. Tito off the wall. Ball hangs back. The wind-assisted break there on that side of the court. Alamande goes high again. Brito's down the middle. Looking for the feet of Tonito. Goes again big. This time to Alamande. Changes direction. And Tito Alamande lobs him. And Maxi Sanchez swings. Clips the ball with the edge of his racket out of the court. And the crowd taking the catch. 15-all the scoreline. As Andres Britos gets ready to serve, a little chatter there between himself and his partner. I'm joined on my chair here by Krista Garrow. And what's so special about Krista Garrow? Something very unique. Without him, there would be no A1 Padel Global Tour event in Sweden in Halmstad. So here we are, the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. And Krista, welcome to my chair. Thank you for taking the opportunity to A, be with me, and B, a huge thanks for hosting this event here in Sweden and for the very first time in Halmstad. Yeah, beautiful, eh? You must have been very nervous when the first day we didn't get through all the matches because of the rain. Second day, more delays, intermittent rain all the time. But the weather gods have shone upon us, and we have had 2 beautiful days of sun and paddle. We were able to catch up the schedule. Here we are in the second last quarterfinal, and hopefully it'll hold out for the weekend. Krista, organizing a tournament like this, of this magnitude, and I can tell you because I've been to a few, this is a great event. It's a beautiful setup, beautiful arena here in this town square of Halmstad. The festival atmosphere outside with a big screen and all the vendors and the sponsors doing activations, playing games. Sometimes there's more people outside having fun than actually on center court. This takes a lot of work. That's amazing. I like the word the 2 words you put into that sentence there, long term, because it is beautiful. You know, my first time for sure. I can only speak for me, but it's my first time in Sweden. And look at that point over there, Britos reaching deep, but can't quite get there. And Aguirre and Aremande go up 1-0 in the second set. As I was saying, it's my first time in Sweden, and I walked into this beautiful tournament. I had a walk around the town, managed to get not to the beach, but to see the beach, the river, lots of things to do around the city of Halmstad, and certainly something recommended. I mean, you told me that Halmstad triples population in summer because of all the tourists. I think it's going to quadruple or quintuple now that Padel's in town.
But this is...
Sorry, little glitch there. Can you go again, Krista?
No, I'm just going to say that this is quite unique to have a tournament in the middle of a city or a town, as this is, because all Swedish tournaments are mostly indoors. So we're creating something unique here by having it in the city center.
It is really unique, and something else that's unique is this high-quality paddle being played right here. While these guys are really banging it away and putting on a show for this great crowd and for the spectators out there, what inspired you to do this? Because I know that paddle is not your line of business, but we met earlier in the year at a paddle tournament, funnily enough, in Cape Town. And what inspired you to bring an event like this to the city of Halmstad?
I think that I want to be part of the division of expanding paddle as a sport. I come from tennis and then later squash, and then I started with paddle 5 years ago, and I just love it. And I think what I and the whole team wanted to create was to give, you know, the audience or the people of Sweden the chance to see world-class paddle in the summer. So it's not my line of business, but we have a long-term vision of making this an outdoor event for years to come and make Halmstad synonymous with paddle.
Well, we're really glad that it is a long-term vision, and we're glad that you discovered the game of paddle and want to assist with the expansion of it. And, of course, no better tour to expand it with than the A1 Tour. The global leader, of course, you are aware of this. You know, 21 cities in 14 countries in the season of 2023. Looking back now, I know the tournament's not over yet, and hopefully we'll get to talk again before it is over. What would you do differently? Are you happy with the progress of how it started, how it's developed, other than the weather, of course?
No, exactly. You can't control the weather. I think we put this up in a very short period of time, so we're really proud of what we have created. I mean, for our challenge is, of course, to get more people. I mean, paddle is huge in Sweden, but it's also getting people that are not involved in paddle to be part of the game and understand how entertaining it is to experience a paddle match, even though you're not a paddle player.
Yes, indeed. So I know I spoke to a few people in the crowd earlier on when I had a break, and a lot of people watching paddle for the very first time, and I asked them, well, will you come again? And they said yes, emphatic yes, that they'll come again. So paddle, not just addictive to us players, but also to spectators.
Exactly. I think that, I mean, it won't happen in one day, but even though paddle is extremely popular, it's also important to have a tournament where they can experience these world-class players.
Krista, I want to talk to you about the Swedish players, because they've been a shining light on this tournament. Both teams. Of course, the one team won the Swedish qualifiers. The other one, I believe, was a wild card awarded by yourself.
Yep.
And those guys came out here and they did you proud. They won their first round match. Yes, they lost their second round match, but they walk away from here with their heads held up high. How important was that for you and for Swedish paddle?
extremely important. I mean, what these guys created going to the second round and having really tough matches, even though they lost their second round. I think it's we could also see it when they played, the crowd was going crazy with Swedish flags, etc. And for Swedish paddle, it's extremely important that we get players that at such a high level that can challenge these more established players that have been on the tour for quite a long time and, you know, been involved in the sport for a very long time. And I think I spoke to some of the players, and they feel that the Swedes play the game quite differently in a good way, which will hopefully, make even more Swedish players contending in these kind of tournaments.
Yeah, incredible. We hope so too. They really were impressive, not just on the court, but off the court as well, which is vitally important. They shared time with everyone and anyone who came up to them and talked. I saw them signing autographs. I saw them taking pictures. And they literally spoke to everyone. People were walking past them in the street and saying, "Oh, are you playing at the paddle tournament?" They're saying, "Yeah." They were stopping to talk to them, and they wished them well. So really, really nice to see that this caliber of player is here in Sweden, and that Swedish paddle is well and progressing in such a positive way.
Yeah.
Last words, because I really do want to talk to you again. So we need to set something up tomorrow, maybe during the semi-finals. But you must have a lot of people to thank. Is the list very long?
The list is extremely long, but without the team and, you know, from the ball boys to the volunteers to the people at the cafeteria.
I have to interrupt you, Krista. That's something new for you on A1 Paddle.
Yeah.
That is called a banger.
Yeah.
We're going to trademark this name. It's a banger.
It's a banger. I'll remember
My
that.
Spanish colleagues call it a puntaco. In English, we're calling it a banger. And Tolito is the master of the bangers. Look at that beautiful shot.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Sorry to have interrupted you.
No, but the list is long. And I mean, I can't mention everyone, but I think the key thing here is that it doesn't matter what you do. It's a teamwork, and it's everyone who's built this arena in the middle of the square, and the ball boys, the other volunteers, the people at the ticket sales, everyone. It's a team effort, and I'm extremely honored and thankful for their work.
Fantastic, Krista. Krista, thank you very much. It's been an honor and a privilege to have you here in my commentator box.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll talk tomorrow, and we'll talk a little bit more about your fancies for the tournament. I'm not going to put you on the spot yet. We'll give you a chance till the semi-finals. But thank you for joining us, and thank you for putting on this amazing tournament. We've had a lot of fun here, and we hope to carry on having a lot of fun until the final on Sunday.
Great. Thank you.
That was Krista Garrow, the promoter of this A1 Paddle Betsson Swedish Masters, and having been hard at work for the last few months to put this beautiful event together that brings to you this quarterfinal between Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos, taking on Lionel Tolito Aguirre and Adrian Tito Alemande. Aguirre and Alemande winning the first set 6-3, now 2-0 up in the second. 30 all as Maxi Sanchez goes down the block to Alemande. Back in my guest chair, Gonzalo Ubina. And Gonzalo, while you went for a walk, what intel did you gather?
I mean, they already break up, and now 2 opportunities to get one more. This is looking really, really good for Tolito and Tito. And Paulo, it was really interesting interview, the one you had. It's been so far a great tournament, and we hope to come back next year for sure.
Yeah, indeed, Krista Garrow telling us about that this tournament is certainly a long-term project. So we're going to see this event in Sweden, in Halmstad, for the long term. That's very exciting news. I think the players have also enjoyed it, and the challenges of the weather have been well overcome in these beautiful conditions. You can see on your screens there, lots of sun as Maxi Sanchez hears what we say about the sun and wants to send the ball to the sun out of the court. And that's the break. 3-0 up, Aguirre and Alemande. Players back on court now, and you can see once again Tolito and Tito first on court, eager to get going. They want to put this to bed. They are motivated and committed to this potential victory. Gonzalo, Sanchez and Britos had a big plan to get back into this game after losing the first set, but that hasn't quite worked out, has it?
More than a plan, they need a miracle right now, Paulo. 2 breaks down. To be honest, I don't see it.
It's gonna be tough. Does this make Tolito and Tito favorites for this tournament, or can we only decide that after we watch Maxi and Franco in the next quarterfinal?
Can I wait for a couple hours to answer this question?
Yeah, let's do that. I will give you that chance, because when I interviewed Chris Tagara earlier on, I did say to him, I'm not going to put him on the spot until tomorrow when we know who the semi-finalists are. So I'm going to be doing the same with you tomorrow. And I believe we're doing both games tomorrow together. So that's going to be really exciting.
I have a question for you. I think it's an easy one today. Man on fire so far?
Oh,
easy.
That's easy.
That's
Daniel,
very easy.
Tolito, Aguirre. Lionel, not Daniel.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I mean, if your name is Lionel and you're Argentinian,
you're already under pressure.
You have to be good, right?
Yeah, for sure. And you can see that determination. You see that exactly what we saw in the previous game. Tolito taking charge, moving to the net, almost stealing the shot from Tito and just putting it to bed.
40 love to make it 4-0, and they do it.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. 4 games to 0, and
this is going really, really fast.
Maxi Sanchez asking for a towel. Conditions increasing. The thermometer now sitting at 24 degrees. Wind
24.
coming and going.
Wow.
24 degrees. We are lucky we have a little bit of shade underneath us, but 24 degrees is what the thermometer says. And if you want to know where we are not those guys on screen. Those are just fun-loving Diego Ramos and El Loco Torre relaxing and supporting their teammates in the crowd. We are the guys in the right gazebo on the right-hand side of your screen, waving at you in the crowd. And the guy next to us on the left is the famous, infamous MC Avla. And he's got a real tough job to get the crowd motivated, and has been doing so for the entirety of this tournament. Great job, MC Avla. 4-0, Aguirre and Alemande. And Brito
I have
serving
to talk to
15
him after the match, because I need I need to know who the DJ is and ask for the playlist.
I asked him already.
I love the music.
I asked him already. He's not giving me the playlist until I play paddle with him. Here we go. Maxi Sanchez unleashes the shot down the line. And I think at this time, at this point of the game, he wishes he had more of those. Britos coming to the corner. Beautifully executed Bandejas. Textbook stuff, that. And ball goes high into the sky. Tolito looking for it, goes for the power, goes for the kick. Ball stays in court. And Maxi Sanchez able to retrieve it and finish the point. 40 love, Britos and Sanchez.
Trying to get the first game of this second set, which has been a nightmare so far for the two guys in black today.
Maxi Sanchez with the lob there. Tolito, look how deep he's going into the right quadrant to fetch that ball. He wants it. He wants every ball.
Oh, classy.
That is classy. 100%, Gonzalo. That is classy. You know, we always talk about these banger shots because they're fancy and they go out the court and but that is a banger all on its own. It takes a lot of restraint and control to play a shot like that. And just as we praise him, he gets a basic serve and smacks the ball into the net. Britos and Sanchez on the board, and at the switch over, 4-1 to Aguirre and Alemande, and Tolito to serve.
la mierda, bajó el sol, boludo. Un poco más, ¿no? ¿Eh? Molesta el sol ahora, ¿no? No, fíjate que al final del primer set me queda a la derecha a mí, lo contragolpeo y lo terminás ganando vos, que te quedó a la derecha. Tenemos que buscar eso, ¿entendés? Yo, si te meto mucha presión, cuando vos jugás, yo te meto delante, decime y yo me vengo para atrás. Bien, bien. No, yo es lo que tengo que hacer es tirar bien los globos. No. Pero si no, vos decís, si no podés jugar por abajo porque yo estoy adelante, decime que yo vuelvo, yo espero, porque yo la primera te estoy yendo. ¿Me entendés? No es eso ahora, lo que está haciendo Walter. Claro, exactamente. Vamos.
Leerte se la leíste, no la viste. Ya está, más o menos. Vamos a olvidarnos de él y vamos por estos. Vamos por estos. Dale. Vamos acá.
Venga, está todo bien. Vamos,
¿Me da un agua, bro?
Sí.
Vamos, sin relajarnos porque voy a empezar a pinchar y decir algo. Seguimos. Vale, vamos para adentro a meter. Dale churra, dale.
Vamos a buscarlo. Aprovechamos que estamos acá adentro para ir a buscarlo, Dale, nene, Vamos, guacho, va. Fuerza, va. Vamos, que no te toque, bebé. Vamos. Bechito. Va.
And the players talking about how the sun now is a factor to consider. It's
Yes,
also
the
a
sun's
factor for
sitting
us, Paulo.
really high up in front of us, and Britos and Maxi Sanchez staring right at it.
See Juani de Pascual, a guy that would be playing the semi-finals tomorrow with Gonzalfonso.
High into the air there, and a little bit over carried into the side, into the back glass. 15 love.
Fertilov. They're just not able to make any damage into the opponent's serve. Where are you going? No way. No way. Banger!
Actually, I'm not even going to call that a banger. There's no words for that. Sometimes you just got to take a deep breath. Look, the church bells are tolling. after a shot like that, even the church bells go off. You've got to just watch and admire.
No way.
What a shot by Tolito. Alemande looking for the middle there, and Maxi Sanchez unable to do much with the blocker, straight into the back of the glass. Quick and easy game, 5 games to 1, and Maxi Sanchez will now serve 1-5 after dropping the first set 3-6. Tolito now with a big smile on his face, he can smell the end.
And the problem the problem for Sanchez and Britos is that if Tolito connects the shots, he starts just flowing and filling it.
And look at that, the flow continues. Look at that, Alemande covers. This time Maxi Sanchez does not forgive and hits that into the empty side of the court, into the glass and back to his side. 15 all.
Tolito and Tito trying to close it right now.
30-15.
That wasn't the best bounce.
No, it wasn't. And you can see there Tolito in good spirits. He says to Tito Alemande, what was that? Both have a good laugh about it. 30-15. This is what we like to see. A smiling Tolito means he's enjoying himself. When he's enjoying himself, he's unstoppable. Pops that one into the air. A lot of backspin on it. Maxi Sanchez goes for the big bandeja straight into the net. 30 all.
Tolito and Tito 2 points away of the semi-finals. As Maxi will have to play with his second serve.
Eye into the air there by Tolito. Maxi Sanchez doesn't let it bounce. Goes again to Tolito. Once again, goes it again deep to Tolito. This time misjudges it. And gets very, very lucky there. Ball hits the ground just on the inside of the fence. And the ball literally dies there. 40-30 up. Tolito and Tito not worried if they lose this game, as they have done, because at 2-5 they'll switch, and Alemande will come back serving for the set and the match.
It's 5-2. They have 2 breaks, so it's almost done. Just a matter of...
It's been rather comfortable for a quarterfinal.
Sorry?
It's been rather comfortable for a quarterfinal.
Sure. All of the matches.
We expected a little bit more fight maybe from Sanchez and Britos, but they haven't been able to. Is it because they haven't been able to fight back, or has Alemande and Tolito just been so strong?
Yeah, I think Tolito and Tito, they have been really, really solid, not only in this match, but throughout all the competition. So when they're in this level and they're playing like this, you just have to accept it and do what you can.
Yep, indeed. And if you've just joined us now, we'll remind you that you are watching the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Master being broadcast for the very first time on ESPN Africa, predominantly on channel 219 on the TSTV bouquet, or throughout the various A1 Padel distribution channels and streaming platforms. And while the players turn over, make sure to click like, subscribe, or comment, and even engage on the social media platforms of the A1 Padel. Right now, a competition on the Instagram page of A1 Padel_official, where if you can guess the city where the Grandmasters in Italy is going to be held later this year, you could win a Monte Carlo Sports Stan Wawrinka paddle bat as used by some of the professionals on this tour. So get out there and engage.
Believe me, these paddles are really, really good.
As all of these new Monte Carlo Stan Wawrinka products are. Really great design, beautiful looking, and a lot of technology goes into them.
Even I look good in them. Imagine if they're good.
Tito Alemande serving here. High lob there from Britos. Alemande goes for the bajada. Maxi Sanchez able to get it. Alemande lifting it, buying some time for repositioning. And this time Maxi Sanchez moving forward, slices that low and deep into the corner, and no answer there. No answer possible, in fact. And love 15.
Silence, please.
Tolito swaps balls in the corner, and Alemande serves to Maxi Sanchez. Tolito telling Alemande there, tranquilo, take it easy, all good, be calm.
Patience.
And, here we are, 15 all. Don't get excited. We're the ones ahead.
And 3 points away of the top 4 in Sweden.
Tolito with a banger. And Sanchez gets it. And unfortunately, the wrong side of the court. Or was that the right side?
No, it wasn't the right side, but it bounced into his court again. Let's see the replay. So he goes out, he hits it into the right side, and then brings it back to his.
Great point. No wonder Andres Britos was saluting Maxi Sanchez. Incredible effort. And yet, just 3 shots later, the basics go out the door and into the net. 30 all. Beautiful shot there from Maxi Sanchez.
30-40.
And turn up for the books.
They have 2 break points.
2 break points. And Tito Alemande will have to pull something out of the rabbit hat. He stops, they confer. Clearly a plan. Goes deep. Britos swivels, goes to Alemande. Alemande reaches high and goes into the net. We have a break. And 3-5. Britos and Sanchez are not taking this line down. And Andres Britos will serve 3-5. We had this in the previous game as well, where they broke at 3-5, and then Tolito and Alemande broke Britos to win the set. Exactly this a repeat of that of the previous set. But Tito Alemande will be very disappointed with himself there.
Fantastic.
Fantastic bajada there from Maxi Sanchez. Textbook, power, length, low off the glass, and no chance there for Tolito.
Nothing to do, yeah.
The big kick there from Tolito doesn't quite come off. Sanchez reads it. High into the air again. This time Sanchez goes deep. Slightly more flat. Alemande high. Awkward bounce there. Sanchez drives, changes direction. And Andres Britos into the ground. Banga, banga, banga.
They want to fight. They believe.
I do believe. Look at Andres Britos doing the samba there at the back of the court.
They do not want to come back to Spain yet. I love Sweden, says Britos. I want to stay in Halmstad, enjoying the sun. $30 love. Now the mistake by Maxi Sanchez after a great point with a lot of spicy víboras. He's leaving one short, straight into the net.
Happens a lot, that. Great point. The player really exerts himself and then followed by a basic error. Does it again. Tolito frustrated. Comes back with a hook shot. He even lost his shoe there. And ball bounces just before the fence there, where photographer Lorenzo is busy focusing his lenses. And the sand kicks up to Lorenzo, and the point is won.
And Paulo, how hard it is to close a match always. It's really tough. You feel the pressure. It's super, super hard to close a match. In every racket sport, it's the same thing.
Indeed. And this is the time when the psychology kicks in. Big match temperaments. Lots of little things playing on the players' minds. Lots of thoughts.
Wow.
Amazing shot there by Tolito. Maxi Sanchez read it really well. Great positional moves there from Andres Britos. And slight confusion there in the middle between Alemande and Tolito. And Britos Sanchez get the game. And Tolito, clearly frustrated, walks off the court in anger. And is now joined by his coach, Rob Rodriguez, who has a lot of work to do to ensure that Tolito and Tito Alemande settle their minds and come back to once again attempt to serve out the set.
Sobre todo ahí. Lo trabajamos a Tito, Cuando ves que ya se la bajé, si no llegaste a estar adelante, ¡pum! Adelante de una.
Ruleamos. Está perfecto, dale.
Está todo bien. Han estado un poquito más acertados ellos. Nada más. No la han ganado ellos, ¿eh? Está perfecto. Vamos, bicho.
Decisiones, no pasa nada.
Eso, no pasa nada. Está perfecto. Un poquito más de agua.
Confianza, ¿eh?
Un poquito más de agua.
Estoy bien, estoy bien.
Para acelerar, aceleramos. Listo, con confianza, ¿eh? Pasamos por el medio, aceleramos, ¿eh?
Vamos por este, ¿eh? Vamos, Adri.
Vamos, bicho,
vamos, compañero, vale.
Con confianza, ¿eh?
Positivity, that was what Tolito and Tito are looking and they were talking about. Let's forget about these two last games. Let's go out and close it.
Yeah, and do you notice the difference? Tolito and Tito have got this new coach for the season, Rob. In fact, is it for the season or just for the last couple of tournaments? Rob Rodriguez, is he making a difference? He looks very, very focused.
Yeah, I
haven't met him yet, but he looks focused and it looks like they listen to him.
He's a good coach. I saw them before the match doing some planifications. He's a guy that can really analyze the strategy behind the game, so I think it would be
Look at that.
a
Look
good
at
team.
Andres Britos playing for the crowd. His chest bumping the ball boys.
and working that.
What a character, Britos.
That way back, yeah. Two breaks down, now it's only one, love 15. You never know.
Church bell stalling once more, 1900 hours the local time.
Will it be semi-finals time for Tito and Tolito?
Into the fence. Goes the backhand swivel there from Maxi Sanchez.
That was maybe too much.
15 all the score. Great pickup there from Britos. Low. Great defensive work there by Maxi Sanchez. This time into the back of the glass. And great defending work there from Maxi.
Yeah, that was all Tolito. Hitting one after another towards Sanchez. And at the end it was Maxi, the one who could manage that ball. Two points away. Once again.
30-15. And that's a net. High into the air there, Maxi Sanchez. Tolito into the corner. Lucky bounce there off the top of the net. Sanchez goes for the fake smash, doesn't quite get it off. Tolito reads it well. And look at Andres Britos taking flight. Andres Britos, crowd pleaser, and now getting momentum and confidence, putting on the show.
Yeah, also kind of lucky with that wall in the net.
Very fortunate with that clip off the net there.
But that one was just something special. And in this moment,
big error there from Tolito. Looking for the left-hand side of Maxi Sanchez with the bandeja. Clips the top of the net.
Paulo, they were 5-1 up, and now 5-4 and 2 break points.
This time Maxi Sanchez's turn to hit the top of the net.
Match point, semi-finals point, golden point. Looking for Tito.
Oh, and Tito Alemande into the net. And the penalty goes the way of Andres Britos and Maxi Sanchez. And the crowd really getting behind them now. 5 games apiece. And what we thought was going to be an easy stroll into the semi-finals for Tolito and Tito Alemande now could potentially turn into a 3-setter where anything can happen. Confidence certainly, the pendulum of confidence certainly swung the way of Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos. And you can see Tolito visibly angry with himself. Quite a few errors in that last game from Tolito.
But you can clearly see how Maxi and Britos are playing towards Alemande right now. Finding the weak spot on the couple.
Maxi Sanchez goes for the big hit, straight at the glass.
Two mistakes in a row. Unforced errors there by Sanchez. Tito and Tolito trying to bring back one of the two breaks they had.
No good that. Clipping the top of the net. Love 30. Switching positions here. Maxi Sanchez slips.
Wow.
This time Tolito goes big. And Maxi Sanchez runs into the net pole and took a bit of a knock to his thigh there. He felt that. And love 40. 3 break points here. 4 break points. And he's in pain. You can see the facial expression of Maxi Sanchez. Great point though. Both teams fighting tooth and nail. Down the line Tolito goes. Lifts it high. Not quite as high as he'd like. Maxi Sanchez able to get it. High into the air. Britos to Alemandi. Tolito high into the air. Leaves it short. And Maxi Sanchez goes to Tolito and Tolito blocks it, but into the net.
They have
still 3 break points.
Exactly, 3 more opportunities to make it 6-5 and have another chance to close it.
Great testament to the resolve and to the big match temperament here of Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos, who have dug down deep to put in a serious fight back here.
To be a set down and 5-1 down in the second set and make it to 5-all, you really need to be mentally really strong.
You know, we've seen these guys do this before. Earlier this year at the Cape Town Masters, Britos and Sanchez were 3 match points down and came back. And that was in 2 sets, came back to win in a 3-set against Diestro and Hernandez in the quarterfinals. So we've seen them do this before.
So they take the break?
They take the break. And once again, at the turn, for the 3rd time, Alemande will be coming back looking to serve out the set and the match. Winning this game will have given them slight confidence, right?
¿Qué os parece si la víbora se tira con la bola que le estamos tirando de arriba abajo a Maxi por delante en vez de por detrás? Noto que perdemos ahí la red. Ya sé que alguna nos la ha regalado bajándola, pero yo creo que si se la jugamos por delante nos da para caminar. La que le estamos jugando a Maxi en vez de darle el rebote para que salga de 2 paredes o de una pared atrás. ¿Me entendés? Si yo que tengo que volver antes, pero otra vez volvimos a la misma dinámica que antes. Error no forzado y yo adelante y vos atrás. Vamos a volver ahora, no pasa nada, ¿eh? Hoy lo hicimos allá, dale, va. Pero ordenémonos, salgamos de atrás y sobre todo tensión para no tirar pelotudeces afuera. Vamos. Menos ahora, va. Dale, guacho, visualizalo que cae en el tablero para nosotros, Dale. Este jueguito quiero, va. Visualizalo, dale. Visualizalo que cae, dale.
Britos and Sanchez saying, we did it twice, we can do it a 3rd time. And in the other side, trying to fix some problems. Also being mentally positive, knowing that once again you have an opportunity to serve and go to the semi-finals here at the Betsson Swedish Master in Halmstad. Such a lovely city. Tito Alemandi to serve.
High into the air there, once, twice. Alemande nearly getting caught by the rebound there. Slight confusion between Maxi and Britos. Tolito electing to go for the soft touch there. Maxi Sanchez will have no such thing as soft touches. He goes big, he goes long, and love 15 the scoreline.
And he said it. We came back twice. Why not a third one? And this is a good way to start. They're still playing a lot towards Tito Alemandi, and Tito is not finding any way to fix the problem.
Seems to have lost his rhythm.
Yeah. Maybe overwhelmed.
And Tolito resolves.
The man on fire.
Man on fire, lost his way a little bit. Fire dimmed down a bit, almost turned to ashes. But we're starting to see a glimmer of flame again. Lucky bounce there. And Tolito doesn't get the same fortune. Goes into the net.
15-30. The next point, Paolo, is vital. It's really, really important for Tito and Tolito not to give any breakpoint opportunities.
Definitely taking aim at Tito Alemandi and getting away with it. Tito making some bad choices there. And 15-40 and 3 break points in an attempt to force the tiebreaker for Britos and Sanchez. This time Alemandi goes down the tee. As for the bajada, Britos defends well. Sanchez to Tolito once, twice. Tolito managing well. Goes for the big hit, the bajada. Tolito's block straight into the glass. And the break, 3 breaks in a row. 6 games apiece. And we have a tiebreaker. Britos and Sanchez exuding confidence. And Andres Britos will start this tie break. And if you've just joined us, this is the second last quarterfinal of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. And after losing the first set 3-6, Andres Britos and Maxi Sanchez have pulled this, and being down 5 games to 1, have won 5 in a row and brought this to 6-all, forcing a tiebreaker in the second set. This, of course, against Tolito Aguirre and Tito Alemandi.
Tito keeps working, and Tolito not touching any ball.
1-0. Alemandi is the target, no doubt. And Tito will have to dig deep to defend that. Into the glass, well left there by Tito Alemandi. Trying to motivate himself there. 1-1. Into the glass goes Alemandi again. Tolito encroaching quite a lot there onto Tito Alemandi's territory. And I think maybe that threw him a little bit off.
Are we going to have a third set, Paulo, after all this, after being 5-1 up?
Incredible. I'd already ordered a pizza. I have to cancel the order.
Or don't and save a couple slices for me.
Maxi Sanchez goes across from the smash, and Alemande with the block and into the net.
What a comeback. What a comeback. But now they have to actually win the tiebreak to make it worth it.
Sanchez serving, 3-1 up. First one goes straight into the net.
Britos has been so important in this comeback. He has been the captain of the team, pushing Sanchez. He was the one believing. Now Tito's just off.
This is just off from the wrong side of the court, unfamiliar territory. The lob, excellent, just bouncing just before the line, very close to the glass, and Tito there. New balls. Apologies, not new balls. New frustration from Tolito Aguirre as he's banging a few into the wall there.
5-1. So Tito and Tolito were 5 up in the set. Now they're 5-1 down in the tiebreak. That's out.
Change of direction there from Tolito. Yet another masterful stroke, but touched the side of the fence. Good idea. And 6-1. Andres Britos serving for the second set. So
who would have thought?
I've just cancelled the pizza. We're definitely having a third set. And who would have thought this when Alemande and Aguirre were 5-1 up in the second set.
6-2.
Tolito with a kick there, out of the court.
6-3.
6-3, Tolito to serve. Every point needs to be finished now.
2 set points served, saved.
And there's the set. What a comeback from Andres Britos and Maxi Sanchez. And as they take the second set, 7-6 after being down 5-1. Of course, dropping the first 3 and 6. And we need a break here. We need to take a breather, ecstatic game, and we'll be right back.
set. Aguirre to serve.
And we're back with you, players back on court. What an exciting set, that last one. After Tolito and Tito Alemande won the first set 6-3, it looked like they were cruising into the semi-finals. 5-1 up in the second set. And then Andres Britos turned on the charm and the crowd got behind him. And they took the set 7 games to 6. 5-2, 5-3, 5-4, 5-5. Alemande and Aguirre came back slightly there with a 6-5. They took it to 6-6 into a tiebreak and then won that emphatically by 7-2. And here we are, beginning of the third set at 15-all. And wide open.
Tolito kind of upset with the people, saying if they want to drink, go to the bar. Finding some concentration.
There we go. Tolito finishing that down and low at the net. This crowd has been quite full and they are quite lively. Alemande down the middle, nice and low. There goes Tolito. Maxi Sanchez goes.
What a block.
Hard. Great block there by Alemande. Second block. Alemande again.
Alemande all over the place.
He's all over, but here goes Maxi Sanchez towards Alemande once more. This time locked and loaded, and Alemande not able to do anything about that.
Paulo, man on fire on the first set. Tolito in the second. For me, I don't know if you agree, Britos.
Agree. And not just for his playing, but for the support he gave his partner and getting him psychologically hyped up and motivating him to make that important comeback. And of course, getting the crowd going. The crowd really got behind Andres Britos with his theatrics.
To be 5-1 and going into the benches, you really need to be a different player to see the possibility to come back.
Absolutely.
Especially because Tito and Tolito were playing really well.
Yeah, they were indeed. Into the glass there. And first blood, Aguirre and Alemande. Or shall we say first blood to Aguirre, because Alemande is still struggling to find rhythm.
This is why I love the sport.
Ups and downs, ebbs and flows.
It may sound very obvious, but it's not over until it's over.
Look at this body language. First one's back on court. The whole game was Tolito and Tito. And all of a sudden, first one's back on court. It's Britos and Maxi Sanchez.
They want to keep playing. But actually, it was a good game for Tito and Tolito. The last one was the first time in the fourth last game serving that they managed to save it and to win it.
Into the net there from Maxi Sanchez, into the back glass, I mean.
Sun going down. We had to stand up, Paulo.
We did indeed. Stretch the legs, long session this. And speaking of the sun now directly in the face of Britos and Sanchez. Didn't seem to bother them there with that shot, but they'll be looking straight into the sun on any high balls. And if I was in the shoes of Alemande and Tolito, I'd be sending these balls sky high where the sun is in the way.
We're getting some tan from Sweden. Crazy things.
Indeed. Who knew you can get a suntan in Sweden? Beautifully controlled returns there from Maxi Sanchez. Tolito going for the big one. He doesn't. Change of direction. And for once, Tito Alemande gets the awkward bounce off the tin and gets the point. Andres Brito's out the court there, high-fiving the ball boy once again. So both ball boys having had a touch of magic from Britos. One got a chest bump earlier on, this one gets an high five.
I am really enjoying listening to the players in the court, especially Britos. The amount of information he gives to Maxi, it's just really precious. Really, really precious. Highly valuable. He is literally like having a captain, a football captain inside the court.
And very vocal. There he goes with more instructions.
Silence, please.
Tolito intervening there. He says, Britos Alemande, you're playing too much. I also want some of the ball. Leaves that short, and you cannot leave it short when Maxi Sanchez is in the right position. He will punish you, and that's exactly what he did there. And despite Tolito's best efforts to run out, just a little too short.
40-30. Let's go now, Toli. Vamos ahora, Toli. When I see these players, you understand that it's not only about knowing how to hit the ball, but also a very...
Oh, Tolito well positioned outside the court. And good fortune there for Maxi Sanchez as the ball clips the edge of the court and bounces back in.
It's also about knowing when and the strategy behind the game. Unlucky there. That's the best kick smash possible. The one that hits the upper part of the fence, not going out, not giving any chance to the opponents to make any recovery.
Alemande serving. You know, we've seen throughout the day lots of Swedish flags and Swedish football kit on the court. But right now, we have in the grandstand 2 Argentinian kits. And we'll give you a guess as to who they're supporting in this match. Into the glass there, Maxi Sanchez. That's the first error from Maxi Sanchez into the back of the glass for quite some time.
He's solid. I think also now Tolito and Tito are seeing that Britos is just undefeatable, and they're trying to press Maxi Sanchez in that corner, even if he's really good. They play the odds.
Beautiful return there with a backhand from Maxi Sanchez, and then the return driven through the middle, low and hard.
The winner of this match will play Juani de Pascual and Gonzalfonso, who earlier today beat Santi Frugoni and Mati del Moral. In the other semi-final, El Loco Torre and Diego Ramos waiting for Franco Dal Bianco. Wow.
Tolito with a banger.
A benga. Franco Dal Bianco and Maxi Arce playing just after this match against the guys coming from the quali, Diego Simon and Raúl Peralta, the beautiful fairy tale.
There we go, beautiful. Beautifully technical, well-executed shot there from Tolito.
Brito thought it was already the game. He was going to the benches. And then he said, oh, it's 40-15 already.
He's so excited he lost track of the score. Maxi Sanchez once again into the back glass. A little bit of lift, too much lift there on that bandeja. And 2-1. At the turn, Maxi Sanchez will return to serve 1-2 down in the second set.
Tolito. This is the Tolito we've been missing from the first set. That's a very typical shot from Tolito. That backhand volley down the line. Great lob shot there. Sanchez working the point. Tolito pushing again. Another good volley.
And Alemán there with a great shot. What a recovery there from Maxi Sanchez. Britos down the middle there. With the art, pulls out his canvas and the toothbrush and the paintbrush and just paints it. Paints the masterpiece.
Look who's back.
What a banger. Look at that. Look how tight this angle is. He's right by the door, just flicks his wrist and out of the court. So easy to, if it's you and me, we go right through the fence.
Oh, for sure.
Unbelievable.
Welcome back, Tolito. Welcome back to the party.
And here he goes again. This time takes the pace off. And as Maxi Sanchez turns to look for the hard rebound, the ball actually is so slow it clips him on the back of his foot. Love 40, 4 break points. Tolito wants this.
4 break points, yes, Paulo. So important moment in this final stretch of the match.
Hard and low there from Sanchez. They're still going towards Alemande, even though Alemande has been a lot more steady. And the break is there. And you can just see what that means there to Alemande. He, of course, has struggled in this final part of the second set, beginning of the third. And now he's able to take a deep breath and embrace the coming back to focus. 3-1, Aguirre Alemande, as Tolito begins to serve. And if you've just joined us, this super exciting match here at the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Master, being broadcast for the very first time on ESPN Africa Channel 219 on the DSTV bouquet, as well as with English commentary all over the A1 Padel platforms of streaming. And we know you have no time to get on social media in the middle of this exciting match, but don't forget to follow, subscribe, and like on whatever platform you are on. Just look for A1 Padel Official. And very exciting match. Aguirre Alemande taking the first set easily, 6-3, up 5-1 in the second. And Britos and Maxi making a remarkable recovery to win that 7-6 in a tiebreaker. And now Tolito and Alemande leading 3-1 in this third and final set. Love 15, the score.
Tolito and Tito looking much better now.
And
Yes,
there's the
they are.
error there. Tolito twice down the middle deep, and Britos on the second run in couldn't get enough lift, goes into the net.
Moment of disconnection also from Britos. 3-1 up. They have to learn the lesson from the last one, Paulo. Not repeat the mistake. They were 5-1 up in the second set.
And there goes Maxi Sanchez. And we noticed earlier on that Maxi Sanchez has started to make mistakes. And there's yet another one. So 30-15. And you can see Alemande and Aguirre getting very animated now on the court. Lots of noise coming from them. Alemande stepping up. The drop shot there from Tolito. Britos reaches it, and Tolito sends it straight back to the court after moving both players to the net. Really intelligent play there by Tolito. Restraint and intelligence, because he could have just hit that really hard, and he chose not to. He does hit that one really hard. Unfortunately, doesn't get it out of the court. Maxi Sanchez is able to get it back. The bajada there, and Britos taunting Tolito. Fakes as if he's going to return it, drops his bat, puts a big smile on his face, and stares straight down at Tolito.
Looking at each other. They know each other very, very well. They played for so many years in the tour.
40-30. Corner to corner, Britos and Alemande. Alemande trying to take the pace off that. Tolito wants that one. And that one into the glass. Another error by Maxi Sanchez. We spotted the inconsistency coming from Sanchez, and there it is. This time into the glass again, and at the turn Britos will come back. 1-4 down again. Almost a deja vu from the previous set. So we'll have to see another comeback, or will Tito and Lionel put it down and go forward. We go to the benches.
Si te canto que está pegado, está bien, la regalo. ¿Vale?
Si la dudas con el sol de aquel lado, para todo.
Perfecto, y ahora con más razón que está el sol ahí. Vamos, ahora con más razón, Valiente, Vamos,
Vamos, churra,
Seguimos con la misma paciencia,
Ahí estamos bien, viste, tirándolo, pero no nos quedemos atrás, viste, cuando la tenemos vamos los dos. Fíjate que cuando vamos los dos para adelante, punto,
Sí.
Cuando digamos, mucho espacio. Con tu bomba, yo por ahí, amago, cuidado, tu bomba es buenísima. Vale, pero si es mi bomba y Britos bloquea, cualquiera bloquea corto, sí. Me vuelvo. Bloquea corto que te hace ir. Vamos para arriba. Sí, y volvemos. Vamos, dale, pues se la damos así como hizo el último punto, ese estar estando ahí.
¿Entendés? Dejate, porque acordate que el Torito siempre está más adelante, entonces vos atento, entrale en alguna que vos llegás, chao. ¿Entendés? Vamos, vámonos, vos. Estamos acá adentro, como dije antes, estamos acá adentro, vamos a aprovechar, dale. Vamos a hacer lo que tenemos que hacer, vamos. Vamos, Neto, vamos.
Mr. Britos to serve.
And once again, Britos and Sanchez saying, let's do it again. Watch out because Tolito is getting really close to the net. So if you have the opportunity, go for him. He's going to be there unprotected. And in the other side, Tolito was talking and asking Tito to put some extra power on the bajada.
And great shot there, great backhand into the corner. Double wall low from Andres Brito and Tolito. Not really able to assess it properly, never mind put a solution to that. Sanchez decides to not go for power for that second one, and Tolito well positioned at the net to send that back into his body. And
they said it, Paulo. Watch out, Tolito is really close to the net, and indeed he was.
Sanchez going for power there, big flick there with the wrist towards Tito Lamande.
Wow.
Great recovery there from Britos, and lots of reflex play there, instinctive snapshots, and in the end, Britos with the upper hand, 40-15 the scoreline. Alemandi rescuing Tolito there, and Maxi Sanchez putting a lot of power into these last 2-3 shots, and yet another banger. And you can see the maestro Andres Britos waving his palette around.
Goodbye ball. We're gonna need a ball boy to go for that one out of the court.
It's a tough job being a ball boy in paddle, around
you
the
have
paddle
to go
court.
All over the place, exactly.
Really tough job. Toughest job in paddle. Except, of course, being a commentator. That's really tough. 4-2. Tito Lamande serving to Andres Britos.
It is actually very tough because we see these players and then we believe we can do the same thing. We go to our clubs, we try it, and
it doesn't work.
It doesn't work out.
Somebody asked me the other day, what type of racket should I buy? What's the right type of racket to buy? I said, the one that hits winners. And he told me they haven't invented that one. So I felt I identified with that, and I kept quiet.
Please, for respect to the players, keep silence during the game. Thank you.
players really struggling with the noise from the crowd. Particularly the crowd on the right-hand side of your screen, which is quite a large crowd.
The VIP area, they have the bar, they're having a good time, drinking some beers.
And making a noise. They're very close to courtside.
So soft.
Alemande going for the power, gets the kick, doesn't quite get it. Britos goes to the corner, and Alemande on the floor, unable to do anything with that. Britos excited with that shot.
.30-15, and Tito Alemandi getting a towel. Take the sand off his racket, grip, and legs.
.30-15 the score.
And 4-2, Tito Alemandi and Tolito Aguirre don't want any more surprises this afternoon. I imagine now Dal Bianco, Arce, Peralta and Simon warming up in the players' lounge. That's going to be our next match, and the final one from the quarterfinals.
Alemande changing direction, going to Britos there. Maxi Sanchez with a lob. Alemande looking for the gaps. Doesn't find them. And this time Maxi Sanchez to the feet of Tolito, who clips the ball. Ball loops high in the air and into the back glass. Britos urging the crowd to get involved.
Silence, please.
But counterproductive. Britos gets the crowd to make a noise, and then the umpire tells them to keep quiet.
Thank you.
I do admire how these guys never stop dreaming, never stop believing. They were back the entire match, and here they are again fighting against the odds. 30-all breakdown. It's a good example of how to behave on a court.
That lob there of Andres Britos looked exactly like a Bella lob. Flat and low. Tolito with that bandeja into the net. And 30-40, 2 break points.
If they manage to pull out this match, it's just going to be something to remember.
Long. The crowd on the edge of their seats. I wonder if the odds on this are still 1.03.
Oh, believe me, they're not.
Aguirre and Tolito.
Believe me, they're not.
Are they trying to get some turn on those bandejas? Tolito intervenes, goes the other way.
Out. Or in. That's in. Yes, it is.
Wow.
Wow.
That looked straight out.
Yeah,
well, we are
here.
not the umpires, and umpire Pablo Sorabo calls that in, and there's the break. And at the turn, Maxi Sanchez will return, serving at 3-4 down in this exciting, nail-biting third set. Players strolling back on court, and this time Tolito is back to first place in the race of getting back on court, and the other players coming back. Tolito and Alemande still in deep conversation, and momentum really shifted halfway through that second set, and continues to be on the side of Andres Britos and Maxi Sanchez. 3-4 on the serve in the third set after dropping the first 6-3 and then coming back to win 7-6 the second set in a dramatic tiebreaker. Excellent defensive work there from both Sanchez and Britos. This time Maxi Sanchez into the net.
You can feel the tension from the cabin. Love 15.
Maxi Sanchez to Tolito. Down the tee he goes. Ball returned there, Tolito deep into the court for that lob.
Tolito.
Under his legs, facing the opposite direction. Tolito there over the head of Britos. Maxi Sanchez with a high lob. Tito defending that well, and at the second attempt there, Maxi Sanchez into the side glass. Love 30 the score.
Even if they want a point now, Tito is telling Tolito, please talk to me. The sun is bothering me, so give me as much information as you can.
As the sun comes down and moves in a westerly direction, it's shade, you can see by the shadows on the court, the sun directly in front of Tito Alemande and Tolito, and much lower than earlier, and just above the rooftops, so certainly going to affect play when the ball is really high. Maxi Sanchez goes big. Tolito gets it back. Goes once, twice. Gets lucky with the bounce off the glass there.
What a ball.
Goes again high. Tolito takes the pace off it, goes towards the back. Trying to force Maxi Sanchez into the error. And this time, Tito Alemande goes softly into the side wall, and Andres Britos misjudges it, and it is love 40. Britos taking a breath there.
4 break points.
You know, this for us spectators is thrilling. A 3-setter, lots of up and down, lots of break points, lots of golden points. But for these guys, physically, it takes a toll.
Especially for Tolito and Tito. They played another match today.
Sanchez going big there. Tolito returns. And once again, if you doubt Tolito's athleticism because of what he looks like, you are gravely mistaken. The man is agile, he's fit, and look at that return. And Maxi Sanchez just couldn't deal with that. Simple as that.
He was fast.
That was 4 break points in the bag. Boom, boom. And 5-3 up now in this 3rd set. And they're busy drying out. It's not the changeover, but as we said, physically exerted. And Tolito will this time try and serve for the set and the match. And he's been broken before. Britos and Sanchez will be thinking that they can do it again. But a lot of positive vibes there after that point from Tolito.
Paulo, it's the 3rd time they will be serving for the match.
4th. 4th time.
True. They were 5-1, then 5-3, then 6-5.
And here we go. Love from Britos. Alemande with a great recovery there. Gets back into position. Britos looking for him. Maxi Sanchez goes big. Comes back. Tolito jumps. Just misses it. And you can see Tolito saying to Alemande, don't worry. It's just a point. Don't stress. We got this. I nearly had it. And Britos is probably telling Maxi, great stuff. A couple more of those and we're home and dry.
You need to kill these guys 5 times.
Into the glass there from Andres Britos.
3 point.
Britos puts a lot into this gameplay, and physically this must be toiling him. Not a young man anymore, of course. But then again, neither is Tito Alemande at the ripe old age of 42. We forget that sometimes about Tito. He moves around the court so much. Leaves it short, and Tolito says, thank you. 1, 2, 3, pasito banga.
I like that one, Paulo. And look at his face. I love he does that.
Yeah, he's smiling. Nothing is more beautiful on a paddle court.
Look at me.
Than a big smile on Tolito's face. Because you know, if he's smiling, more is coming.
That was for the photographers.
30-15. Church bells ringing again. And that's because it's 8 o'clock in the evening, local time. Time for dinner.
Time for the pizza?
And for that pizza, I had to cancel the pizza. It was getting cold. Alemande sends it into the net. I think it's a conspiracy by these players not to let the commentators go for dinner.
They're putting us into a diet.
I need one, so it's not such a bad idea. 30 all. Second service here from Tolito Aguirre. Goes softly down the middle. Leaves it a little bit short. Tolito goes low to Maxi Sanchez. Alemande into the corner of Britos, who returns the favor. Alemande says, have it again. This time Tolito intervenes, drops the pace. Tolito taking charge there, going left to right. This time Sanchez lofts it under pressure from the Tolito attack and into the glass. And Tolito and Tito Alemande exchanging looks there, because Tito Alemande is saying, you're stealing the ball from me, you're stealing my shot. And Tolito is saying, did we win the point or what? We won the point. And the crowd goes mad because they can sense potentially an end to this match. 40-30, 5-3 up in the third set. And Tolito Aguirre serving to Maxi Sanchez. Tolito stretches, hits it back against the glass. It's really low, and Maxi Sanchez into the ground and out of the court, and we have another penalty.
Another penalty, another match point, another semi-final point.
Match point, and
if Britos and Sanchez win
looks like
this
Sanchez
point,
is going to receive.
Oh my goodness!
Sanchez is waving his arms around. So Tito's still managing a big smile there. So let's see. Goes sky high. Alemande lets it bounce. Goes for the bajada. Into the corner goes Maxi Sanchez, straight into the glass. And it's game, set, match. Tolito Aguirre and Tito Alemande, 6-3, 7-6, 3-6. But boy, oh boy, the match of the tournament so far. And you can just see there the admiration of all four players hugging in the center of the court. Maxi Sanchez and Andres Britos put on a show in the feature like no other. This quarterfinal match was worthy of final status. What a match. And if you like Padel, whether you are supporting any of these players or not, you're a neutral, you've got to say, wow, what a game. Physically exhausting just watching.
It was crazy, Paolo. I enjoyed it a lot. For sure, the best match of the tournament. Tito and Tolito, now they're saying, oh, finally.
Indeed they have, and let's not forget that Tito and Tolito played earlier today their second round match. So because of the rain delays, they've had to play 2 matches in a day. So they must be absolutely exhausted. They'll be looking to go back, get some hydration, some massaging, and get a good night's sleep as they get ready for tomorrow's semi-final, which won't be easy either, against Juan de Pascual and Gonzo Alfonso. And we're going to cross over to Clara Navarro on center court. We'll be interviewing the winners.
Pues sí, la pareja número 2 acaba de conseguir su pase para las semifinales de mañana. Tolito, qué partidazo que acabamos de vivir. Sí que es verdad que habéis empezado muy fuertes. El segundo set se ha complicado bastante, pero en el tercero habéis sabido darle la vuelta y ya estáis en semifinales.
Sí, hasta parece a propósito. No, las tiré todas fuera en el segundo. En el tercero, por suerte, con la confianza que me dio mi compañero, pude volver. Y nada, ahora a esperar para mañana.
Well, Tolito says that in the second set he threw all the balls out, but thanks to his companion Tito, he could get back to the match. Tito, mañana, semifinales, tercer enfrentamiento que tendréis ante Gonzo Alfonso y Juani de Pascual. ¿Qué expectativas tienes?
Bueno, hola a todos. Venimos con las expectativas de ganar cada partido que tenemos. Sabemos que jugando bien somos muy buenos. Sabemos que si no luchamos podemos perder en cualquier momento, como ha pasado ya 2 partidos que está prácticamente ganado tanto en Brasil como el torneo anterior. En el 3 set con 2 quiebres y se nos escapan. Hemos perdido en primera ronda en Mónaco y eso es porque nos olvidamos de luchar, no queremos luchar. Es mi esencia la lucha y como estoy jugando al lado de un mágico, parece que cuando la magia no sale no hay otra forma y creo que hay que jugar. Felicitar a los chicos, fue increíble cómo lucharon, hay que tomar el ejemplo de nosotros de ellos y aprender.
Ahora me toca traducir todo esto a mí, pero Tito wants to congratulate also the rivals for the match that he played. He says that sometimes it's difficult to play inside the court, also because he's playing with a magician like Tolito, and sometimes it happens that it doesn't work, but they're very happy. They're going to fight tomorrow for the final, and let's see what happens. Gracias, chicos, y hasta aquí la palabra de los ganadores.
That was Claudia Navarro there with, Clara Navarro, apologies, the A1 Padel interviewer with the winners, Tito Alemande and Tolito Aguirre. And really exciting match that was. Certainly the match of the tournament thus far. Man on fire, man of the match. Tolito Aguirre here from the commentary box. And for sure, the shot of the match, that match where Tolito hits the ball into the side glass and creates a winner. We're going to leave you with the pictures on screen as we get ready for the next quarterfinal, and that pictures together the #1 seeds in this tournament. Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco will be taking on real tough pairing, the winners of the European qualifier in Spain, young Raul Peralta and Diego Simon, who also have a little bit of a crowd following here in Sweden. So we're going to leave you with that mouth-watering prospect, let you get some refreshment, get comfortable as we come back to you in about approximately 10 minutes with the last quarter-final of this wonderful A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Master. This is Paulo de Cama signing off, and we'll be back to you shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That's the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters, and we've made our way throughout since Monday to what is now the last match of the quarterfinals of this wonderful tournament. We just had to take a breather there after that insane quarterfinal we just watched between Andres Britos and Maxi Sanchez as they took on Tolito Aguirre and Tito Alemande, the number 2 seeds in this tournament, and made them work in that having to go to 3 sets. Britos and Sanchez, after losing the first set, being 5-1 down in the second, and came back to win that set in a tiebreaker 7-6, eventually losing the third 6 games to 3. Really tough fight. All credit to the losers there, but Aguirre and Alemande progress through to tomorrow's semi-final, where they will be taking on Gonzalo Alfonso and Juan Di Pasquale. On court right now, the next quarterfinal, the last one as I mentioned, and in the orange and black, or gold and black, whichever way you see it, we have the number 1 seeds for this tournament, also the number 1 ranked players on the A1 Padel Global ranking, and by quite some distance, Franco Del Bianco on the left-hand side of your screen, and Maxi Arce to his right. On the other side of the court, Danny Blanco.
Now we have Diego Simon here.
Daniel Simon and Raul Peralta. These young gentlemen were the winners of the qualifying tournament held before this tournament in Spain, and got a direct entry into this main draw, and have shone throughout the tournament, winning their first round match, their second round match, and now here facing a baptism of fire with the number 1 seeds right in front of them. Not afraid at all, and looking forward to the challenge. I'm joined in my commentary box by Gonzalo Ubina, and Gonzalo, having had a chat with these 2 young men, is going to be telling you all about them. Let's hear about them, Gonzalo.
These are 2 really talented young players. They are young, as we said. Raul Peralta, only 17 years old, now just made 18. He's really fast on the court, plays on the right side. I've been working with these guys for some time. I know them from the Padel Academy. They train also with Nacho Piotto, for example, who made it to the final in the last tournament. So they're playing really well. First time in a main draw for them, so quite an experience. And on the other side we have Diego Simon and Paulo. I am telling you, one of the guys that have one of the most powerful smashes I've ever seen live. He can hit the ball really hard, really, really hard.
And that's quite extraordinary for a young man, and also not a very tall man, and that he can hit so hard.
On the other side we have the number 1s. I mean, what else can we say from them? 5 tournaments out of 7 this season, 4 in a row, now looking for the 5th. Going now to fight for the semi-finals, where we have already the top 4 couples. We're only missing the number 1. Maxi Arce, number 1 in the world, born in 1998 in Salta, Argentina.
25 years of age.
75. And lefty and pure class, Paulo.
Pure class, you know.
Maxi Arce, I just love
We're not
man.
supposed to take sides, but Maxi Arce for me is my favorite player on the tour, and both on and off the court. And Maxi is going to be looking forward to this. We know, we spoke earlier, we've commentated both their earlier matches. We thought they weren't impressive in their first one in the first round. They got marginally better in the second round, and if anything is to the usual pattern is to go by, they'll improve even further today. So we're going to be really tough for the young guys, but they are going to relish this experience. They're going to enjoy their time on the court with the number 1s, and win, lose or draw, they're going to go home with a much more enriched experience, and hopefully this will give them motivation to enter future tournaments. They'll get points here, so that'll help them to qualify for other legs of the tournaments, particularly ones closer to home in European territories, perhaps the next Masters, which will be the Switzerland Masters in Verbier. As a reminder for those of you, if you've just joined us, the A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters right here in Halmstad, Sweden, on your screens, being broadcast for the very first time on ESPN Africa, and predominantly broadcasting on channel 219 on the DSTV bouquet. Broadcast also on the YouTube platforms of the A1 Padel Tour and the A1PadelGlobal.com website on the streaming platforms. Before the match starts, we all know you've got your handsets or your devices nearby, so go onto your preferred social media, be it Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or TikTok, and look for A1 Padel Official, and click like, subscribe, and follow, and most importantly, engage with us. Currently running a competition, and if you can guess on Instagram, if you can guess the name of the city where the Italian Masters, the A1 Padel Italian Masters, will be held later this year, you stand to win a Monte Carlo International Sports Stan Wawrinka paddle bat as used by some of the pros on this tour. Real high quality bat with lots of new technological advancements and really good looking bat. As we say that, players are about to get on court, and Gonzalo, what do you say? What are your predictions here?
I mean, I think the number ones will take this one, but don't count out the guys coming from the qualies. It's a tough one. I know the players, but on the other side, you cannot deny that Maxi Arce and Dalbianco are just in another level.
They're going to put up a challenge, indeed. Just quickly before we start, reminder, if you've just joined us, what the match format is. Best of 3 sets with tiebreakers at 6-all, and this is important because tiebreaks are happening, and golden points played on deuce. Looks like Diego Simon is going to take us off, and he'll be serving to Maxi Arce. Love. Deep serve, Maxi Arce with the lob. Peralta goes to Maxi Arce. Hard bandeja there from Simon to Franco Del Bianco, who moves forward and taps that beyond Simon to his left. Love 15, the scoreline.
Great block there by Del Bianco. And in the first point,
off the glass there from Del Bianco, and Peralta moving into the net with that backhand volley, goes straight into the side glass. Love 30. That one straight into the net. Raul Peralta towards Maxi Arce once, twice with a hook shot. He's got a lovely hook shot, Raul Peralta. But that one slightly misdirected into the tin there, and it's love 40.
ready for break points early in the match.
Must be feeling nervous, these young men.
For sure. They're not very used to this kind of stages.
Really young, very inexperienced. Although they won the qualifier, first time on a big stage. And right in front of them, very big opposition. Big hit there from Diego Simon. I see what you're talking about, Gonzalo. Oh, perfectly executed into the top of glass number one and straight out of the court.
As soon as he has the opportunity, he hits it.
He'll get some confidence from that. And 15-40 the scoreline. Maxi Arce finding the gap to the left of Simon, and first blood to Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco at the turn, early break, and it'll be Franco Del Bianco, or apologies, Maxi Arce will be serving, already 1-0 up.
Look like the sun has left us finally.
Sun ducking in behind the buildings, just ahead of Raul Peralta and Diego Simon on the court. The wind also seems to have died down a little bit. So perfect conditions, temperature a bit cooler, having dropped from 24 degrees to 21. Franco Del Bianco goes into the fence there. Simon retrieving that really well. And Maxi Arce does the same thing on the opposite side, this time bamboozling Diego Simon and Raul Peralta. 2 games apiece, and Raul Peralta will take the balls in hand and will serve. There is in conversation with Diego Simon, clearly overwhelmed by the occasion. Both of them really nervous, some basic mistakes there, a lot of confusion between the two of them in shots. Let's keep in mind that Raul Peralta is only 18 years of age and Diego Simon 20. And this is their first major tournament. Here they go again to Maxi Arce, and Maxi drives that ball into the ground.
I'm seeing Del Bianco and Arce with an A game today. It's going to be tough for them, for the youngers, if Del Bianco and Arce are like this, in this level.
Good get there. Del Bianco goes for the kick and out of the court. Great effort there by Diego Simon. Unfortunately, not good enough. Love 30. High lob there from Maxi Arce. Moves to the net, blocks the bajada right there. And the ensuing attempt from Raul Peralta straight into the net. There we go, Argentinian supporters on screen. What do you think, Gonzalo? What's the number at the back of that Argentinian shirt?
Most likely number 10.
Indeed, number 10. Diego Simon with the bajada, touching the edge of the bottom down on the other side, near Franco Del Bianco. Game on, Maxi Arce at the net. Blocking left, blocking right. And this time Peralta chooses to go to Del Bianco cross court. Makes a U-turn there. Goes high. Franco Del Bianco says thank you very much and hits it straight down the middle. And 3 games to love at the turn. And when they come back, Franco Del Bianco will be serving. in the background here in Halmstad, and you can see the Halmstad Church and the song playing in the background in the playlist of MC Habla is Tainted Love by Soft Cell. A beautiful hit from the 80s. Really great song. And Soft Cell is what Raul Peralta and Simon would be looking for, that they can pierce and get some points back here, as Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce are extending their dominance in this game. 15 love up now, 3-0 in the first set, and hopefully young Simon and young Peralta will calm down their nerves and start playing their natural game. They clearly have ability. They wouldn't be in the quarterfinals of this tournament if they didn't have ability. So just need to play their game and enjoy themselves, enjoy the experience, and see where they can get. They are playing the number ones, not only seeded in this tournament, but on the A1 Padel global ranking as well. And when we say number ones, by a considerable margin. They could almost stop playing for the rest of the season and still end the season as number ones. That's how far ahead they are. There we go, Maxi Arce with the bandeja from the middle of the court. Changes direction this time. Goes to Simon, who forces the error. Maxi into the side fence.
(30-15). This is the first point they made out of the opponent's serve.
That's an incredible shot there by Maxi Arce.
They're playing really, really solid padel today.
We spoke earlier about how in the first round match that Maxi and Franco played, they weren't as impressive as we expected them. They dropped the set, in fact, and then again in the second round, we thought they were a little bit better, but still not convincing. This could be the confidence booster if they get a really convincing win here. Confidence booster taking them into the semi-finals. Of course, assuming that they win this. But looks that way. 4-0 up. As Raul Peralta sends that bajada into the top of the net. And love 15. They'll be looking to at least get on the board. Franco Del Bianco. You leave it short for Franco, and Franco locks and loads, delivers with high impact down the middle, and straight back to his side of the court. It's not a forgiving type, Franco Del Bianco.
You can see the difference between the rankings here.
Simon goes for a big one, gets a little unfortunate there with the ball ricocheting off the top of the fence above the glass. And when it comes back short, Del Bianco does again what Del Bianco does. Goes hard, this time a little bit lower in the glass.
I think it's the best Del Bianco we've seen so far during this week.
Diego Simon. Now that's more like it, right?
15-40.
15-40. Oh.
Well positioned at the net, hard into the ground, out of the court, making the ball boy stretch and go and fetch it. Raul Peralta with the same attitude there right now. I think maybe the pennies dropped there and they've realized, you know, we're 4-0 down. What have we got to lose? Let's take some risks there. Let's enjoy ourselves. Very nice to see that.
They really need to make one game to get into the game in the match. If not, it's going to be really, really tough. Golden point now. Franco Del Bianco missing that backhand straight into the net. But he wants it again.
Beautiful there from Simon into the bottom of the turf with an awkward bounce off the net, and they're on the board. maybe that's the strategy to go forward. Have fun, play your game, and forget about all the other technical plans.
Going for more, definitely.
Sí, pero es un 30-40 la que ponerle el juego, como sea. Ahora es 30-40. Después, si no ganan el punto como la última, no pasa nada. Pero 15-40, 30-40 y 40 iguales no se jugó. Ahí yo voy. ¿Entienden, chicos? 15-40, 30-40, 40 iguales no se jugó. Después del 40 iguales, tiro un lance, la clavo ahí, mala leche. ¿Está bien? Vámonos, vamos a enfocarnos en lo que viene. Seguimos igual, estamos jugando un buen. Bloqueo.
Exacto. Y si la saca por 3 ahora no sale nada. Si la saca de aplaudimos ya está.
Claro. Vamos los dos ahora,
Venga, Vamos, enano,
Vamos juntos ahora, gordito, Vamos ahora. Voy a seguir trabajando, Vamos a copiar nosotros, Vamos a copiar
las dos primeras bolas ahora,
Vamos a copiar nosotros, ¿Te quiero ir? Vamos a copiar los dos.
Vamos los dos. Te quiero
los dos. Somos equipo, Vamos.
Vamos, enano,
Dale, Vamos juntos. Ya hemos conseguido uno que lo que nos ha estado costando.
Este lo quiero.
Hemos levantado un poquito cuenta. Vamos ahora. Dale, vamos, gordito. Vamos.
Very interesting. The coach was saying, Dalbianco, Franco, come on. If they hit a winner, okay, we say, good job, great point, but do not put the return into the net. You have to play the point. In a 30-40, you have to play the point. And in the other side, Raúl was saying, we have the first one. That's what we needed. Let's make it the starting point of a comeback.
Well, that's a great attitude for these young men. And this time it's Maxi who goes into the net, into the notebook of the coach, who doesn't like it when they hit the net. But good attitude from the young players. Got one, you can get two. This time Dalbianco fake smashes, reduces the tempo. Peralta wary of it, covers well, and this time can't get it up and around.
15-0.
Attempted drop shot there from Simon. Peralta gets it away, and this time Dalbianco with the error into the net.
15-30.
And what do you know? 15-30 is the scoreline.
Good play there by Simon, playing the drop shot, then the lob shot, forcing Franco Dalbianco's mistake.
4 second serve.
15-30, first not good situation for the number ones, as this one goes wide. Good try though.
3-0.
Good return there from Peralta. Goes high. Simon high again. Dalbianco goes through the middle. Arce moving up as he does through the drive. And 30-40 the score, and 2 break points.
First 2 opportunities. They look much better now, maybe after the first shaky start.
Dalbianco oversteps, comes into Arce territory, and drops the pace straight into the body of Simon. Golden point, first one of this match, as Arce goes to Peralta. Deep into the quadrant, goes deep again, and 5-1, Dalbianco and Arce.
It's 5-1 first set. Mr. Peralta to serve.
Roll Peralta to serve as he goes to Maxi Arce. High into the air, Peralta looks for the double walls, And as he's going to the shot, Simon steals, goes into the corner behind Del Bianco, and Del Bianco, not expecting it, is unable to get it back, goes straight into the net. 15-love. And the kick smash there, beautifully covered by Peralta after Franco Del Bianco got it back onto the court. Maxi Arce with a drop volley. Arce and Bianco firmly planted at the net position, in full control. Simon and Peralta in defensive mode.
Great ball by Simon there.
Great point that.
Look at that. These players at the academy with their coach, they used to do some exercises where they play on the other side. If they normally play on the right side, sometimes they train on the other side just to be able to change during the matches and feel it more natural.
There's the mistake there from Simon.
30-15. First serve.
Peralta going right and left, forcing Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco into the corners. Del Bianco goes middle this time. And this time Maxi Arce says enough of this rally. We're sending it out of the court. And taking the score to 30 all.
But I think we're watching now Simon and Peralta proving they're better than they did in the first 3 games. Del Bianco and Arce just keep doing the business and just about to close the first set. Great víbora.
40-30.
40-30 the score. And Peralta going to Del Bianco. Peralta switches. The strength there. Opts not to go for power. Well defended there. Simon down the line, Peralta goes, and number 2 on the board. And at the turn, Franco Del Bianco will come back, looking to serve out the set. 5-2 down, and every now and again they get a little bit of a fright.
They look much better now.
See the court marshals there on court and cleaning up the wet patches, picking up balls. Very important part of this organization, these court marshals. Volunteers, young volunteers from the local paddle club, having the time of their lives, cleaning courts, picking up balls for some of the world's greatest paddle players. And they themselves being paddle players, they are reveling in the occasion. Of course, to remind you, this is the A1 Paddle Betsson Swedish Masters, and Betsson, of course, the name sponsor of this tournament, and Betsson, a world leader in sports betting solutions. www.betsson.com, BETSSON.com. So log on to their site. They do provide betting markets in the sport of paddle, in this tournament, in this match. So if that's something you like to do, log on and have a look at their website.
The winner
Players back on court.
Yeah, and the winner of this match will play against El Loco Torre and Diego Ramos. They defeated Tomás Cheda and Alfonso Sanchez by 6-2, 6-2. Now Del Bianco serving to take the first set. What a volley.
What a volley indeed.
And was buried. No way you can get to that one.
Tantalizing match if Del Bianco and Arce progress to take on El Loco and Diego Ramos. Oh, beautiful comeback there from Raul Peralta, and Franco Del Bianco cannot resist temptation, goes for the power shot, mistimes it, and edges it with his racket outside of the court. He looked like me in full flight there.
Yeah. And like me.
This time, he corrects, aims down, gets on top of the ball, and Raul Peralta can't see it coming.
He does not miss twice.
Maxi Arce just watches that go into the tin there. 40-15 and set point. There's the Arce. There's the Arce Bajada.
They were
Takes the pace
expecting
off, picks the spot, and there he goes.
They were expecting the powerful Bajada. He places the angle. Lovely shot. Nothing to say. They take the first set.
First set, 6-2. And as players go and talk to or particularly Franco and Maxi go talk to their coach, and the others go look for some refreshment. We're going to take a brief break, and we'll be back with you as players come back on court.
Winners for Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. That's a crazy stat. Only 8 for Simón and Peralta.
And that tells the tale of the scoreline. Huge disparity on the statistics there. And that tells its own story. Peralta serving to Maxi Arce. Maxi goes deep. Peralta with a bajada, clipping the top of the net where the Swedish Masters sign is. Down the line there from Del Bianco. Peralta getting it back, flick of the wrist, and Diogo Simón gets that kick smash from out of court return.
I think it
was goes into the wrong side of the court as he comes back. You can see it here. There goes Del Bianco. Simón walks out, and the ball bounces on the wrong side. Simon reads that so well.
He
Runs
touched the net.
across and bangs it into the ground. Not often people do that to Franco Del Bianco.
But he touched the net, so it's a point for Del Bianco and Arce.
Oh,
was a good one, but yeah.
But Del Bianco would be disappointed that he even got to it.
Mm-hmm.
Del Bianco into the corner there on the swivel on the backhand. And one on the board. Rather quick this match, only 36 minutes elapsed. So pretty straightforward for the number ones.
We cannot say it's surprising, Paul. I mean, you have the number ones against a team that has played already 6 matches in the qualies and other 2-3 set matches here in Halmstad. So at the end of the day, if you have the number ones against a team that comes from the quali, the difference is the difference.
Absolutely. You know, and credit to them that they've already gotten to the quarterfinals. I mean, that in itself is a massive achievement, that they're actually at this stage of the game. But, you know, reality is reality. And as they say, form is temporary and class is permanent. So here we go. Bianco going for the big one. This time leaves it short. This time Simon doesn't touch the net and bounces that out of the court in the direction of Sergio Perez, the match umpire, who's sitting on the chair having to bow down so he doesn't get hit by the ball. Wakey, wakey, umpire Perez. Peralta into the net there. Great reach there by Franco Del Bianco. Peralta with yet another skyscraper. Moves up, drives it into the back, and Arce equal to the task. Sends the return, and then Diego Simon into the net. 40-15. Arce to Peralta. The lob slightly short. This time Del Bianco opts not to go for the power. Fake smashes it once, twice. Great pick up there by Peralta and again by Simon. Arce and Del Bianco firmly in control of the net. And this time Del Bianco down the line to the right of Peralta. And we spoke about earlier about a baptism of fire. These young boys are thinking, wow, what a level.
What is this? Yeah, exactly.
Because they've never faced something like this, you know, whether it's at their club, in the qualifiers, and certainly not in the first 2 rounds of this tournament that they were able to navigate through.
Also, Del Bianco and Arce, they're just playing an amazing day.
They are, indeed. It's not just about the young boys not being up to it. Maxi, Arce and Franco Del Bianco have certainly upped their game from the second round match. Somebody I was talking to early on in one of our breaks was telling me exactly that it seems to be a pattern with Franco and Maxi is that they build up slowly. In fact, they refer to it as something like the diesel engine. And they called it the diesel engine. They said it just goes on forever. They just go on and they just, you know, work into it more and more. Little dink there from Del Bianco. And Peralta over the head of Maxi Arce, who has switched positions with Franco Del Bianco. Franco goes for the big one. And gets it back to his side of the court. Peralta in position, but unable to clip it round. 30-15 as the church bells continue to toll. 2100 local time.
He went for the fancy shot.
He went for glory. And here we go, Simon with the power. Goes for the big hit. Not quite enough. Edge there by Del Bianco. Arce with a lob leaves it a little bit short. Simon not able to take advantage.
Wow.
What a shot there from Del Bianco. Great rally there, and eventually the error from Simon.
Just in.
An umpire call it in?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. Out. I don't know.
30 all.
Yep. And now the break point. Same situation than in the first set.
And unfortunately, Peralta goes into the net there. And another break. 3-love. And now the mountain looking very high for these young boys. Players back on court, and Franco Del Bianco on the serve. 3-love up in this second set after winning the first 6 games to 2. And Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce were quietly confident they can wrap this up pretty quick. 42 minutes into the game, and Maxi Arce goes for the kick smash, gets it out the court. Simon anticipates well, brings it back, and this time Franco Del Bianco into the feet of Diego Simon, and he can't pick it up. Goes straight into the net. At stake here, of course, the last spot in the semi-finals of this A1 Padel Betsson Swedish Masters. Incredible. You can see there on the replay there. And Simon goes to Arce. Arce with a drop shot. You can see that there. Really incredible point. And while we were watching that replay, we have another incredible point. 40-love, the scoreline. And as we were saying, the last spot in the semi-finals to take on Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos tomorrow at 1600 local time. With Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco potentially reaching the semi-finals, we will have the top 4 seeded teams in the tournament in the semi-final. So we'll have the one semi-final, which will have Juanito Pascual and Gonzalo Alfonso taking on Tito Alemande and Leonel Aguirre. And top your hats, people. That is not a banger. That is a work of art there from Maxi Arce. Look at that. Second work of art is put out in this game alone. And Maxi Arce is showing why in the Paulo de Carmo rankings he is #1 on the A1 Padel Tour.
And it was showtime.
Showtime indeed.
Fantasy paddle. In Spanish we call it La Dormilona.
La Dormilona. Putting the baby to sleep. That's exactly what Maxi Arce is doing to these two young men. Not babies, but certainly young men. Maxi Arce is putting them to sleep. Look at that change of direction. Maxi Arce follows that up to the net, into the ground, and out of the court. He's having loads of fun. Look at him. He's enjoying himself. Champagne paddle, yeah. Compliments of Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco.
Love 40 to make it
highlights
5-0.
reel in a match.
In only, Paulo, 45 minutes.
Incredible display of power. I think the fastest game so far we've had was 57 minutes, or the shortest game. And this is on track to match that. Maxi lets the ball bounce there and goes for the high lob. Raul Peralta cannot resist temptation, goes for the big one and straight into the glass. 5-0, and as the players go for what will probably be the last break in play, we go and listen to the coaches and the main players on the bench.
Cerrémoslo. Sin desgaste, cerrémoslo, que no se complique. Vamos. Sostengamos la intensidad un game más. Un game más de intensidad y cerramos. Se acabó, no se acabó Franco. Vos, cerramos acá. Cerralo acá. Los pibes son luchadores, siguen peleando. Seamos respetuosos, seamos intensos.
Pero estamos hablando de la mano que tiró. No hace falta respeto eso. Eso cada 5 años lo hace, boludo. Es como el cometa Heli.
Sostengamos la intensidad. Vamos, vamos. Dale. Dos gansos son, dos gansos.
No.
Dale.
¿Te das cuenta? No me dejas. Dale.
Back on court, and as we draw out the end of this game, Gonzalo, man on fire.
Man on fire, in my opinion, today, Franco Del Bianco. He wasn't playing the best paddle during these 2 days. Careful, watch out.
Into the ground, into the crowd. Great catch taken there by stalwart of the paddle game, Mr. Luke Potter. Sitting in the crowd admiring the excellent play by Del Bianco and Arce. 30 love. Sorry, Gonzalo. Man on fire, Maxi.
No, Franco, in my opinion.
Franco?
You go with Maxi.
I go with Maxi.
So we give the word to both of them.
So they can share it.
Yeah.
They can share
for one day.
Award. And shot of the match?
The Dormilona.
The Dormilona. Full agreement there, nothing to share. Raul Peralta goes big. Simon at the net, into the ground, out of the court. And 30-15. That was a message for Maxi from Simon there. I know you want to go, but I want to play a little bit longer.
Just a couple more points.
A couple more points. Give me the opportunity. It's my first time here. And it's his first time here, and it's our first time here in Halmstad as the A1 Padel Global Tour visits Halmstad in Sweden for the very first time. Lots of firsts in this tournament. And another big first, of course, because you are watching us, you're watching for the very first time on ESPN Africa. Probably on channel 219 of the DSTV bouquet that broadcasts in 55 countries and territories around the world. Here we go, over the head of Maxi Arce.
This is match point.
A little dink there, and Peralta goes down the middle, low and slow. Nice point. Good thinking there, Peralta. Intelligent play. Both Arce and Del Bianco split there by the previous shot, and Peralta goes down the middle and leaves them flat-footed.
Second match point of the day.
There we go, Maxi Arce taking control. 6-0, the second set after winning the first set. 6-2. Commanding performance by the number ones as they move into the semi-final tomorrow to take on El Loco Torre and Diego Ramos in the second semi-final of tomorrow. Gonzalo, last thoughts?
A very deserved win. I think it's a boost confidence for Dal Bianco and Arce. They are again in the semi-finals and they will go for the 5th in a row.
They will indeed. History probably in the making. Lots of historical moments at this A1 Padel Swedish Masters tournament. And as Franco Dal Bianco there signing an autograph for a young fan, you see on screen Maxi Arce talking to Fabrice Pastor, the president of the A1 Padel Global Tour, come to congratulate him. And look at those stats coming up on board. 13 winners versus 5. 0 unforced errors, as opposed to 9 for Diego Simon and Raul Peralta. That is really incredible statistics and a dominating performance. We're going to cross you over to Clara Navarro, who will be interviewing the winners on center court. In the meantime, we're going to leave you and say goodbye and hope that you join us in tomorrow for the semi-finals. Have a wonderful evening, ESPN Africa, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more Champagne Padel.
Bueno, pues ya tenemos aquí a la última pareja clasificada para las semifinales de mañana. Maxi, o sea, se podría decir que habéis hecho un juego perfecto, un partido perfecto y además con ese grandísimo nivel que tenéis y que vais demostrando día a día.
I will speak in English.
Thank you.
Well, today we have played a great match. I want to thank Fabrice, all the tournament. It's a great place to play. Thank you, Frederick, to come here. We are happy, and tomorrow we have another fight, so we are ready to fight.
Franco, mañana semifinales ante Agustín Torre y Diego Ramos, que esto lo hemos dicho varias veces, pero ellos siguen con esa sed de venganza y van a por la revancha.
Bueno, sí, nuevamente jugamos contra ellos. Todos los partidos que hemos jugado han sido una batalla. Mañana va a ser otra seguramente. Espero que pueda disfrutar la gente que está acá acercándose en este estadio que está muy lindo. Así que nosotros muy contentos por el rendimiento de hoy, así que un pasito más mañana.
Well, Franco is very happy for the match that they played today. Tomorrow is going to be also a battle because every time they play against Torre and Ramos is very difficult. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. Gracias, chicos, y aquí nos despedimos de los cuartos de final.